Take a picture.
Open it up and make a mess everywhere. But what's that? I don't know.
Okay, we'll bring the Area Planning Commission meeting to order. BZA will be heard after this. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes that were sent out for last month's meeting?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as presented to us.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, all in favor? Signify by raising your hand. Okay, motion passes. Item number 1, Jeff, you're on item 2.
I can vote on item 1, I cannot vote on item 2.
Okay. Item number 1, David Mulligan, application to rezone from LV zone to GB zone, allowing automotive service, including bodywork and painting, part of section 22, township 8 north, range 11 east, center township, town of Osgood, 2.126 acres. Is there anybody that wishes to present this application? Come on up, David.
Before we go any further, can you all make sure that your microphones are on?
These two are on.
Good. State your name and what you're up to, Dave.
Dave Mulligan. I'm just trying to get rezoned to run a body shop versus a mechanical shop.
How long was your dad there?
30 years.
30 years. It's been a long time. Yes. Okay. And wait, I take it you have to go from LB to GB to be in the
Yes.
body work.
Yes.
Okay. And there is an actual body work location probably adjoining this property. Isn't it?
There is. Yeah.
So it would kind of fit. Okay. Any questions from the board?
I don't think so. It looks like it's not a spot zone. There is a GB zone right next to it. Everything else is LV. And but from my understanding too, that you can only do a body shop in GB. You cannot do it in LV.
Yeah. It's the aerial maps are a little old and it's a lot cleaned up, isn't it?
Not less carved out.
Yeah, it's like it, yeah.
Yeah, have you filed all your certified letter of return receipts?
Yeah.
just are all the green cards in?
Green cards and proof of publication.
Dave, did you send out certified letters?
I asked Tad if I was to do it, and he said he would take care of it. Specifically asked him that.
Not usually the way that works.
No, that's
I didn't think so either. That's why I asked, but
that is the applicant's responsibility. So we probably should table this. Did you do a public notice in the local paper?
I was told he was taking care of all that. I know. I questioned that myself, but that's
Right. Okay.
So it's the applicant's responsibility to do the public notice and certified mailing. The document to do the publication in paper is something that gets issued by the Planning Commission office. And then the letters that you send out with your certified mailings are
you got it all right here.
and then you'll need to compile a list of all your joiners all around your property as well as across the road
You got it all.
and send out the certified letters. You'll get white receipts when you send the certified letters. Those will
Green.
you'll get the white ones immediately. Those will go into the office, and you'll get green return cards, and you'll bring those in before your public hearing.
Okay.
That way the board knows that public notice.
Everybody.
And all the joiners have been.
That's what I thought. I've done that once before, but this time I was told it'd be taken care of. So,
Sorry about that.
All right. Well, basically, we'll have to table this till next month's meeting, so
can we schedule another meeting, or how does that work?
Just next month.
You'll try to get
Next
that notice done, like come down here, get
Yeah.
the notice of the hearing that you publish, same notice gets sent out to the list of adjoiners. And this could be, if anybody's here for item number 1, there's a likelihood this will be tabled until next month's meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so.
You might make a motion to table it until next month's meeting.
I'll have it all. I've got all the paperwork right here. So, I mean, all the names and all that stuff. So,
All right, so that they don't have to be changed on that letter, so it reflects next month's meeting.
okay. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'd like to motion that we table this to next month's meeting. Do a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. We'll see you next month.
All right, big deal.
Take the next one, 7.
July 7th.
July 7th. Okay. All right, item number 2, Jeff French will be abstaining from. Sean Lingard, application for rezone from I-1 zone to GB zone, allowing for business uses, part of section 22, township 8 north, range 11 east, center township, town of Ballston, 0.66 acres. Sue French.
My name is Sue French. I'm representing Jeff French and Associates Land Surveying, speaking on behalf of Sean and Molly Nickengard, who own Nickengard Tent and Party Rental. Sean is here this evening. We're requesting a rezone of 0.66 acres from the I zone to GB on land that currently houses Nickengard Tent and Party Rental. They have owned the property since 2016. The property is located at 1014 East Beach Street, Osgood, which is also Highway 350. It is 1 block east of the traffic light and surrounded by Lothbury Valley Egg Co-op and the Town of Osgood properties. The land located directly east and west of this tract are zoned I-1. However, land directly across Beach Street is zoned GB, and the land located along US 421, which is about 115 feet west of this tract, is also zoned GB. The I-1 zone district's 100-foot setback requirement limits the company's ability to expand its building and increase inventory capacity. Rezoning the property to GB will allow the building to be extended closer to Beach Street, providing additional space for the business growth. The property uses all Osgood utilities, all green cards, and proof of publication on Tad's file, what was Tad's file. We believe that this rezone meets the intentions of the comprehensive plan, which shows this area as commercial use and will make the highest and best use of the land. We're asking for your approval of this rezone. Are there any questions?
Okay, hearing none, you can step down, and we'll call for a public comment. Any questions, concerns with the application by the audience? Come up to the mic and state your question or concern. Hearing none, we'll close public comment. Any other questions? Okay, Grant, this will be going to the town of Osgood with a favorable, non-favorable, or no recommendation. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, we move that to them with a favorable
Okay,
recommendation.
motion been made that we move to Osgood with a favorable recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor, make the number, raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously.
Come on out, Jeff.
Item number 3, approval for improvement location permit application form. Everybody had a chance to look over this?
Yeah, the only question I've got on this, John, so I know we added the language on page 3, says it's the responsibility of the homeowner and his or her property records to verify there are no easements or restrictive covenants. But on page 1, number 12, we still have a letter from recorder regarding covenants. I wonder if we should strike that.
Delete that.
Delete number
I was so
12.
focused on trying to get that language right
I
on
know.
page 3.
The language is good.
I didn't even look at page 1, but you're right, strike 12. On page 3. If you should adopt it, subject to that condition, number 12, you should put it on page 1. Everybody got that? That at least makes the public very well, check the covenants, restrictions of record, HOA stuff. Directions to the recorder's office to work on it, look there, check the subdivision plats, surveys, et cetera.
This is option to be voted on just for us, for our own purposes.
This is basically just the in-house use of an application for an improved location for.
Could I suggest that we number the pages so that way, sometimes when you have all this paperwork, it gets confusing? That would just way that if if somebody references something, we can add
This
another.
is typically all one whole application that they complete.
one hole.
So, okay.
Print it out, L1, I can tell you.
No, what my point is, that this is the whole application. It's the whole one. Apply for a building. Yeah, we can number the pages, add the page numbers to each one. That looks like it'd be 1 through 7.
Anybody like to make a motion on this if you adopt it or do not adopt it?
Go ahead. I make a motion, we accept the application for improvement location permits with the changes that were mentioned.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Do we, all in favor of motion? Raise your right hand. Okay, motion carries. All right, motion to adjourn.
We need to take action on Vicky's comp time.
Well, we talked to the commissioners, they were going to unlock
I
it.
think when it comes to the comp time, that would be up to the commissioners.
Right, yeah,
To do that.
okay.
But if you want to just appoint her as interim
Yes.
executive director for the time being until there's a replacement,
Right.
that would be within your jurisdiction.
Well, I would move that we appoint her interim director for the time being. Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. All those in favor, make them raising your hands. Okay.
So it's a motion to appoint you as interim executive director. That would probably be a tad salary for the time
Yes,
being.
and that would be it.
I don't know if Tad sent it out, but there was a question that came in at the last meeting about if somebody wanted to use pods as a structure.
Hemp, you mean
What's that?
hemp?
No. Well, I said pods,
Oh, okay, fine.
which are considered. Interesting you went there with that.
Well,
No, I guess that PODS acronym is actually for Portable On-Demand Storage. They use it for that. And of course, our code, when it comes to accessory uses, doesn't really exclude like semi-trailers or sea containers or shipping containers and pods. And I wrote an amendment for that. I don't know if Tad, while he was out on vacation, if he ever had the chance to send it to you, but I'll circulate this around to you and maybe shoot it to Vicki and she can email it to you, and maybe we can put it on the next month's agenda. Just, it's a clarification thing, just because that was a question that came up, and it's like, well, they're pretty small, so I'm not sure.
sounds like more trouble for her.
There again, yeah, so. I know there's some of them out there.
They can make pretty elaborate stuff with them because,
Oh, yeah, you
I mean, me and kids in class watch some of that, just different types of buildings.
Check out Andrew Camerata on YouTube. He built a house out, and it's pretty, and a garage, and it's really slick. Anyway, next month. Just an FYI.
Motion to adjourn?
Yep.
Do you have that?
Guess we'll see.
Yeah. I'll give you a call.
All right.
Who moved the motion here?
Who made the motion to adjourn? Steve? And who's second? Doug. Or Doug? And that was it.
I almost said the 75. Tell me you didn't write the 70s.
I think so.
You turn it on.
Gotta get closer to the mic.
They're me without.
Steve's was on.
Smaller group here.
Oh, do you mind? Thank you.
Sir?
Yes, it's,
All right, stand and join us to the pledge of the flag, please.
I make a motion that we accept the corrected minutes that we sent back out.
Do we have a second? I'll second. All in favor?
Hold on just a second, let Vicky keep up, this is the first night doing that.
No, because it's appointed by the planning commission.
To be our secretary and all that, when we do that here.
So,
Do we need to vote her in for our interim secretary for our board?
Please speak in the microphone. What's that? Can't hear your microphone.
Yeah, I was just asking John a question. So we need to make a motion to vote Vicky in as our interim secretary for the BZA board.
I make a motion that we have Vicky appointed as our interim for our BZA.
I'll second it.
Okay,
You want to vote?
all in favor? Sorry. Bear with me here for a minute. All right, so the first one up, what's on the thing? Okay, Shannon Wallace, I guess this is it here. All right, our first is Shannon Wallace.
All right, I have, is it okay if I talk?
Sure.
Okay. I have some things I want to go over for, that the community had questions on last time. And so you were wondering about my guardian contracts last time. These are the retired dogs. Due to the confidentiality of these, I'll share them with you all, but not with the general public. These are the retired, these are the current, if you all want to take a look at those.
Okay.
So you can see what I,
We got to bring it off the table. I make a motion that we bring Ms. Wallace's application back off the table from last meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, now we can get going here.
okay, I'm sorry.
So explain this to me. What's
Okay, a
what's
guardian
retired, what's
contract.
not?
Okay, let me explain this. Okay, a guardian contract is somebody that takes a puppy that I'm going to use for breeding, and they keep it, they love it, it has a home for life with them. And then with the guardian contract, we have, I usually do a 1, 2, or 3 letter contract, depending on the person and everything. If something happens and the dog doesn't health test correctly, OFA doesn't come out right, that's the hips and things of that nature, the DNA doesn't come out right, then we go ahead and we kill the contract and we spay them. Spay, neuter, whatever we need to do. So I was just showing an example last time, but I didn't have a signed one. So I was just bringing a signed one this time, so you all can physically see them. These are the retired ones, these are the current ones.
Okay.
So
It was just something for you all to view.
so these ones are at your residence, or
No.
you're
they-
saying that they go out to like foster homes?
Well, pretty much, yeah. Like these people are in Lexington, Kentucky.
And this is the active ones now.
Yeah, these
all-
are the active
These dogs
ones.
are gone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I still babysit some of them, and I keep their stuff for at least 10 years. Because if anything happens to them in that 10-year period and I've used them for breeding, I kind of want to know. You know, like I have this one dog in here, she died, and we had a necropsy done, and there was no reason for it. But, you know, I have that still in there, so that way if anybody else has it, so
Go
you all can,
Just take them.
okay.
I don't think we.
I have a question on this Guardian
Yeah.
contracts.
Yes.
Does that go towards your total count of animals that you have?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so, and do you have a log that?
Yes.
The dogs at this certain amount at this time? When you say you watch these or you
Babysit.
babysit them?
Yeah.
Okay, then that number goes into your log also.
Yes, unless they're spayed or neutered according, but yes, it will for the purpose of this, yes. It's like right now I have 5 that I'm watching until after the weekend, and they're all spayed and neutered. One is blind and she's running in my house right now, you know, but they feel more comfortable coming back to me for me to babysit. So yes, I do that with them. Also, someone had mentioned that they were concerned about the size of my kennel runs. So they are 16 foot long, 5 foot wide. There is 12 foot outside, 4 foot inside. So total of 16 foot, but it's a 4 by 5 inside, a 12 by 5 outside. And these dogs are only about 20, 25 pounds. And I usually put 2 toward a kennel run. But I went on and measured, so everybody would have that. Also, Mr. Comer had mentioned last time, let me give you this. Mr. Comer had mentioned that he had heard some barking, you know, because he has a fishing pond right next to that. So I took pictures, and this is what it was before, where we had that windstorm and the fencing broke down, and that's the after. So I did the before and after for y'all.
Okay.
So y'all
Thank
can see I did make an improvement on that because I didn't realize that. And I told Andy if he still had issues and he still heard them to please let me know.
Okay.
Okay, also, we were waiting about 2.5 months for the sheriff and the Board of Animal Health came out March 6th. We waited 2.5 months for the report. That's why we tabled it last time. They came out again yesterday. I was on my way to the vet. I told them when they showed up, it was like 9:40 in the morning. I said, I have to be on the road by 10 o'clock. I said, come on, let's run through this real quick. They went, they saw all the dogs in the kennel runs. I showed them the rabies paperwork. I showed them my puppy room, all of that like that. No problem. Due to the pre-booked veterinary appointment, we ran out of time. They saw my basement, but they couldn't go through my house in the other 3 minutes I had. So I told them, you know, they can come back if they want, which I don't understand why they came yesterday if it takes 2.5 months for the report, because then why didn't they just come before the last meeting, then they could have put the 2 meetings in the thing? So I didn't really understand that. But they saw my kennel, they saw the puppy room, they got all the paperwork. Dr. Macy's spoken to my vet numerous times. Now, what did bug me yesterday was that the sheriff said if I did not let him go through my house, knowing I had the appointment with my veterinarian, if I did not let him go through my house, he would not recommend me for the exception. That did bug me, so I'm bringing it up here to let you know that did bug me. Again, if we need to table this again so he can go through my house, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but I don't understand why he keeps going through and looking in closets and everything like that. I've never done anything criminal. I've never been in trouble with anybody, ever. I've done this 26 years. I've lived here 10 years before the employee I had a problem with that shared a video that I did the FOIA thing, and I saw the video that they used for the complaint, which was when those people worked for me. Because one of the dogs in that video has been dead for 4 years. So that was very, you know, that really bugged me. But yes, I do have dogs in my house. Here's a picture. I just took this today of some of the dogs in my house, so you can physically see them. Yes, they are there, but again, we ran out of time. It's not like I wasn't going to let them in.
can,
We just ran out of time, and, you know, he wants to make it a surprise visit, but why one day before, when it takes him 2.5 months for the thing? So lastly, I just want to, I made a copy for everybody. This is a letter from my veterinarian of 16 years. And I will read along, and you all can read with me if you want to. There we go. And you can have one too.
Thank you.
I got an extra. And she's Cross Creek House Call Practice in Floyd Knobs, Indiana. To whom it may concern, I have been practicing veterinary medicine since 1989 and hold 5 state licenses due to moves with the military. I have practiced in Indiana since 2000. I have cultivated a special interest in reproduction and neonatal medicine. I met Shannon Wallace when she lived in Louisville, Kentucky, and became a client in 2010. When she moved to Holton, Indiana, she continued to use our practice for her veterinary needs. Over the course of 16 years, I have helped her with everything from C-sections to end-of-life decisions. She has a passion for her dogs and puts them first in her decision process. I have been to her house a number of times and have never seen anything that would cause me to question Shannon on the care of her dogs. She is one who does not venture into treating her dogs and then seeking veterinary care when it does not work. She reaches out and together we come up with a workable solution for her dogs. I have watched her make the hard decision in which she puts the dog's health and well-being before her breeding plans. When that happens, she will also spay and place the dog in an appropriate home instead of putting the dog down, which is what a lot of breeders do. To her, the added expense is worth it because it gives the dog a chance to live out the rest of its life. It shows the deep care she has about her dogs. To my knowledge, we see and examine every puppy that she produces. They sometimes are vaccinated by us and sometimes by Shannon, depending on the age of the litter. Shannon has purchased puppy vaccination and other prescription products such as wormers from us to use on the puppies. The puppies are all well-bodied and very social. Car traveling for 45 minutes or more to the practice might mean they are not spotless, but you can tell they have been cleaned prior to the trip to the clinic. When there is an emergency, Shannon will come into the clinic, or if we are not available, we'll go to several other clinics to get the needed veterinary attention for the dogs. In the past, I have left several of my dogs with Shannon when they needed closer monitoring and I was unable to watch them. I know that she watches her guardian dogs as part of her breeding program. We have seen several guardian dogs that needed veterinary care over the years. I have watched her do DNA profiling on her breeding dogs and use that data to produce puppies with less genetic problems. I personally have benefited and learned a lot from Shannon. Management of a kennel and the unique needs that goes with a group of dogs is not something that is taught in veterinary school. I have enjoyed a long relationship with Shannon. I am very comfortable with the level of detail that she gives every dog that she owns. I have never seen anything that had caused me to be concerned. She has worked hard to establish a good reputation and goes well beyond what most breeders do to make sure she produces a quality puppy. The puppy buyers get more than a puppy. They get a relationship with an established breeder who stays connected with them for the life of the dog. Barbara Pepin, BM.
Okay. What was the date of that letter?
She just sent it. I was there yesterday, and she
there's no
made me
date
comment.
on, no date on it.
Oh, do you want me to call her and get a
No,
date?
No, I'm
Okay.
just making a comment.
Oh, okay. Well, she gave it to me yesterday.
All right. All right.
Is there a reason she didn't sign it?
I don't think so. It was just sent. I have the email record, if that helps. Where she sent it from her personal email. Would you like to see that, sir?
Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
So basically, she sent it and you printed it off.
Oh, you don't have a hard copy of it? Unless you can turn your phone in.
Yeah.
I mean to keep for evidence.
Oh, no.
Part of it.
No, I
Part of
know.
the record, all right.
Okay. I didn't know I was supposed to.
All right.
No, but she has her phone number on there. You all are welcome to call her too. And Dr. Macy has spoken to her several times.
All right. Thank you very much.
So,
Okay.
one quick question. How many total dogs are there at this time, at this moment?
At this time, 38.
And where are those 38 located? Walk us through.
I have 9 in the house, and everybody else is in the kennel.
And the ones that you keep in the house, you said were spayed and neutered. That's not your breeding stock.
All but Cal. You know, he's still intact. He's 6 years old, but that's my boy. You know, he's even sitting in the air-conditioned car right now.
How many of those are your pets and how many are there for some commercial reason or breeding stock?
My breeding stock, I have 16 total of my own personal. Out of those, I have 6 males and 7 females that are breedable. Everybody else is just there. And then I have the Frenchie rescue lady, and they took her number, and you know, everybody's welcome to call Andrea, because we've got her. And when I get the Frenchie rescues, some aren't spayed right away or neutered right away. Now, granted, if, you know, you limit my number to a certain amount or whatever, then I will have to tell her that I can't help any longer, which, you know,
And
it wouldn't be horrible.
What hours of the evening do you typically exercise the dogs?
My dogs, all day.
Okay. When are they typically out at night, outside of the home and the kennel?
Hold on, repeat that, please.
What time of the days are they typically outside of the home or outside of the kennel? Like in a grass
Okay,
pasture area?
Noah's there from 8 to 1. That's my worker.
No, the dogs.
Yeah, and no, I'm saying he's the one that takes them out and lets them run in the yard.
Okay.
So they're usually there 8 to 1, depending on who goes and whatever.
That's 8 a.m. to 1 p.m.?
Yeah. So about 35 hours a week.
Are they ever out in the evening?
Not unless there is a reason that I have to have them out. Again, it's a 16-foot long kennel run. So they're not kept inside the 4x5 area. It's, the 4x5 area has a guillotine door. It's open and closed. And then the rest of the run is 12 foot by 5 foot. Do you kind of get what I'm talking about?
I understand.
Okay. I know it's better than any shelter I've seen. Because, you know, it was used for Cambria Dobermans that had the Westminster dogs. And they have the paddocks in the back that they would exercise theirs in. I don't do that. I just let mine run. You know, in the yard and stuff like that, because all this is fenced. I let them run and have a good time, and then we go out back if they want to have a good time. Now, certain dogs are going to be more like, nope, I'm gone. You know, especially if I'm babysitting, I do not take those out without a leash or anything, but everybody else can just run.
Is there a reason for those dogs to be outside of the kennel or the home after, say, 8 p.m.?
Not that I can think of.
And according to this,
Now, if
they're
it's
not
too
out
hot.
before 8 a.m., is that correct?
Yeah, no, they're not out. Now they're outside because the kennel's indoor-outdoor.
I'm talking about when the dogs could be heard barking in
Oh,
relation to a
yeah, they
dog.
can be heard barking 24/7.
Even through the kennel?
Yeah, well, then, yeah, because that's where they hear it is in the kennel. Because, see, the kennel is right here. It's an indoor-outdoor. So unless I lock them up at night, which I can do if I need to, I can lock them up at night and then just let them out during the day. You know, but I hate to do that if I don't have to. But if I have to, I can. But it's something I haven't really ever thought about. Now, in the winter, I would lock them up at night, yes, because it's cold. Or if it's snowing or something, then they stay inside, and then you just open up the guillotine so they can run out, use the bathroom, and then they run back in, and they're just stuck inside because they're like, I'm not going out and that stuff. Are you crazy? But no, they, you know, if there's any barking, they can hear it pretty much 24/7. If the dogs see something, like when that person drove up my driveway at 2:37 a.m., I knew there was someone there because the dogs were barking. I mean, now I have a state-of-the-art camera thing that records 24/7. I got that after that happened. And that was the day before the last meeting. Back in May that happened, I told the sheriff about that. And I actually mentioned it here as well. Because somebody drove back to the kennel with just the running lights on. And it was 2:37 a.m. Because, you know, when you wake up, you look at your phone. Because nobody really has the clocks anymore. They always look at their phone. And I looked at the phone, and the dogs were just going nuts. And it wasn't just, oh, a truck went by, so I'm howling. It was, they saw something. So again, if they wouldn't have woke me up, I don't know what would have happened.
Any more questions from the board?
How many dogs did you say you approximately, that you have now? in
Right now,
care?
there are 38 on the property.
And the last time it was 73 that they counted?
There were not adults.
Okay.
There were not 73 adults. A lot of those were puppies still on the mothers
This
and under
says-
4 months of age.
Their report says approximately 73 dogs plus additional puppies that were not able to be counted.
I'm telling you right now, there were not 73 dogs. I know for a fact that there were 32 adults.
This
There,
would have
right
been, this would have been February 9th.
Yes.
March 9th, wasn't it? I mean,
Evaluation, March
6th.
6th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
there,
and I mean, reading this report, I mean, they went through
and
basically
I'm
room
telling you,
by
there were
room.
not 73 dogs.
Well, I don't think they would lie about it, would they?
No, but maybe that's why they wanted to come back to see how many. Because I have never had 73 dogs, adults, in my entire life. Never. Ever. Ever.
All right.
Page 2 indicates 47 adult dogs and
See,
26 puppies.
I knew that there were puppies and the adults. I was gonna say, I've never had 73 adults.
What did you say, John? Page 2?
According to this report on page 2,
47.
73 canines, of which 47 adult dogs and 26 puppies.
Okay, I wasn't sure how many
said-
adults I had that day.
44 canines were located in the home. Now, is that the kennel too?
Oh, that was the puppies, because I had,
Probably a combination.
yeah, see, I asked, I was like, I do not have 80 dogs, because that's what the complaint supposedly was. And she said, we had 73. I said, where do you get 73? And she said, well, the puppies. And I said, but you don't count puppies. And she said, in this case, we count puppies. So that made no sense to me.
And this is, Ms. Wallace stated that she has numerous dogs on the property, including her pet dogs, her
Correct.
breeding dogs, dogs that she is boarding for other individuals, and dogs from her guardian home. We counted a total of 73 canines on the premises, which included approximately 47 adults and 26 puppies.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, Rob.
Huh?
Traffic, heavy in the bag.
Okay. So I was just saying, I mean, that's,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I knew there were
Okay.
not 73 adults whatsoever.
Has to be lighted in the bag.
hey, can we quiet down a little bit, please? I'm sorry.
But I had just picked up a bunch of the rescue Frenchies, the few days before that, and I had to show her where I got them, their health certificate that they came with and everything like that. And then they were gone by the next week, too. Right now, I only have those 9 Frenchies with the rescue lady at the house, in the kennel.
Okay.
So that's what she has left at my place right now.
So I also see in this report from March the 6th
Yes.
that the conclusion from the Indiana State Board of Animal Health was that what they recommended here and they seen. This is on page 29 and 30 of the report. They talk about the dogs were assigned to a moderate risk due to the fact that most of the dogs had access to food and water. A few dogs did not have access to food and water.
I was doing cleaning
Okay,
that day.
let me
as
finish,
they came
please. When
Yeah.
visibly evaluated, a number of dogs were noted to have ocular discharge and tearing. Mrs. Wallace noted that a few dogs had wounded paws due to flooring, either from the wet conditions in the kennel or standing wire cages. Most of the dogs in the home bedroom, bathroom were in wire cages with no way to get up off the wire. All dogs in the apartment were in the wire cages with no way to get up off the wire. Drywall of walls was noted to be missing in some areas of the home. Mrs. Wallace stated the dogs had chewed the drywall upstairs, so it was the reason the holes upstairs. She stated that there will be repairs by the end of spring. And then it also, this is again from this Indiana Animal Group.
Yeah.
If the owner is willing or unable to provide the care needed for the animals to maintain a proper state of health and body condition score, these health and well-being of the animals are considered to be a jeopardy under the conditions which they were maintained. If these animals remain under the care and ownership of Shannon Wallace, all animal conditions and health will need to be evaluated on a regular basis to determine if Mrs. Wallace is willing and able to provide the care necessary to protect the animal's health and well-being. The animals will be reevaluated in approximately 3 months, which you had a visit yesterday, and then we have a letter here from the Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, I had to get to the vet, but they were able to go through the,
Well,
kennel.
he concludes basically that they couldn't do a proper one since they couldn't do the whole house.
right. And that was, but I had to go. I had a veterinarian appointment.
Okay.
And I did try to reschedule while they were there. I did call Dr. Pepin, we tried to reschedule, but the dog is going home this weekend to her new family, and Dr. Pepin said it would be at least another 2 weeks. And they'd already waited, and she needed her blood work, her Bravecto, everything like that before she went to her home. So I had to go.
Okay.
And I told them that when they showed up, I told them I have to go, and and we have 20 minutes. And then they did ask if Noah could show them through, my worker, because they met him, if he could show them through my house. I said no, because he's a worker that I've had for 2 months, and they're strangers, and I don't want somebody that's only been working there for 2 months and strangers going through my house when I'm not there.
So Noah can't go in your house? When you're...
If I'm there, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Noah came in earlier today to help me. Yeah. But I want to be there. You understand, right? I mean, you wouldn't want somebody to come into your house when you're not there. And I have no problem with them coming back. I was just going out the door. And if he wants, I can give him my schedule for a month when I go to the vet, so that way it's still a surprise, or whatever we need to do. I will give him my schedule when I have to go to the vet, when I have doctor's appointments and things like that. I have no problem with that. I did not deny them access. I just had to go, and I felt uncomfortable letting people there when I'm not physically there. If that makes sense to anybody.
Okay.
Because I would think that it would, that you all wouldn't want some stranger going through your house either, if you're not there. I have no problem. They're welcome to come in, but I can give them my schedule for about a month on what my vet's thing is and things of that nature. When puppy people pick up, I'd rather them not be there if a puppy person picks up, that type of thing. I don't think that's unreasonable.
I guess the goal of this is like this, a surprise visit,
Yeah, and that's fine. So if I give him a month's worth
Yeah.
of what my appointments are, then he can come, whenever. It's not like I'm not going to be surprised if they show up anyway.
Okay.
But if I'm gone that day, I can't be faulted for having an appointment. If I have a doctor's appointment or something like that, I can't be faulted for that. I don't, And again, why do it the day before instead of the day before the last meeting? So then that way, if we were already going to table it, that they could have put the reports together if it takes 2.5 months to get a report.
It says in the BOA paperwork that they was gonna do a 3-month.
I never saw that paperwork.
March to June.
See, I never saw that paperwork. Because they won't let me have a copy of that because it's not over yet. So I can't get a FOIA for that, the Freedom of Information Act. I can't get that. So I had no clue, again, when they were coming. So, that's not surprising. But if I would have known that, then I would have rescheduled Dr. Peppin and say, hey, can we make it after the meeting instead of the day before? Because, again, they're coming this weekend. So I could have made it for tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? But I didn't know that there was going to be a 3-month thing, because they didn't tell me there was going to be a 3-month thing, so.
This testimony is kind of irrelevant.
Right.
The timing is, I think if you're done, move on, let's get to the next people, if there's any public comment on it.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, my concern is, this is the first time we've got the report, and I've read it, but I'm also concerned about the letter that was sent to us from Lee Davidson, the chief deputy who was out there. He had some concerns in his letter.
I read all that.
And I would like to, I'd like to see what BOA has to say from this surprise visit yesterday.
Well, they weren't able to complete it, sir.
They was there with Lee, yes.
Right.
Yeah, but,
So we have not got a copy of that report from them to say,
right, and they didn't complete it because they didn't go through my house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going to
So
table
they-
it again?
So they would be issuing another report then,
Yeah.
and more than likely, they would have to come back out to
Yeah.
complete that report, so.
Okay, would it be easier, is there a way I can send the sheriff what my schedule is? Or maybe bring it up to him?
That's for us to determine.
Right.
Oh, okay, so,
You can maybe call the sheriff's office and find out what
okay,
they would do.
because I would hate for Dr. Macy to make the hour-and-a-half trip and then me not be there. You understand?
Yes.
Since that March 6th, even Dr. Macy said that everything's looked tons better, because I actually have help now. I've got the 18-year-old kid, he's been there a couple months, he's good.
All right, we've heard all that. I'm gonna have you step down then.
All right,
And,
yes, sir.
Well, I think we got a motion that's getting ready to table.
I move that we table this till we can get further updates from BOA and the sheriff's department.
Okay, will you all let me know when I need to come back, sir?
We'll put,
It'll be next month.
be next month's
Oh, it will
meeting.
be next month?
Yep.
Okay.
July 7th.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
July 7th.
July 7th. All right, thank you.
Do we have a second on this motion? Okay. All in favor? Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, let me get this stuff all together in this file. Okay, second one up is Dave Effing.
Doug.
Doug, I'm sorry. I got an eye doctor appointment coming up in a couple of weeks.
New bifocals.
Okay. So now we need to bring this off the table.
I'll make a motion that we bring Mr. Effing and Ms. Benson's application off the table.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. I guess
Who's seconding that motion? Bring it off the table.
you second it. Okay. So we was waiting on an IDM report. Do you know if it came in, Vicki?
I haven't seen them either.
Oh, did you get it?
He actually came today to follow up. He was supposed to send a quick report this evening to Doug's email. He did not get that sent. There's also a letter from the Department of Environmental for the burn thing too.
Okay.
He did say we're good, we have no violations.
We don't have any violations.
All right. hang on just a minute. Let me- Solid waste, reserve, tires, other waste. I guess these X's with the pictures were taken. Oh, I guess they.
There's 3 pictures on the back page.
Acreage. It's a quarter acre, and observed tires on the location, other waste, pictures taken. Go on through here. Have you removed anything since the last meeting?
A bunch.
Huh?
A bunch.
A bunch, okay.
We've got
You
fence.
got more pictures?
We've got a bunch of fence up. Rain has caught the best of us because the ground around us gets so wet.
Visible over the
Um,
fence, except for like.
There's from all the angles around where stuff isn't visible from the fence. There's where the vehicles were cleaned up. There's another one where the vehicles was cleaned up. There's where the back was cleaned up. There's where the front's cleaned up.
You can actually get back to the barn now.
We have pictures. I drove around to, not today.
Invisible. No mowers, like I said, only invisible, the box trailer.
This is a side road that's, I don't know what its name is, the one that's got all the walls out of the out back of his house. That's, you can't see anything from his house.
I don't know what county road that is.
Out of
400 maybe? The one right past
Like
it.
his house, you can't see nothing from because of the grass and the logs and the lump in the ground. But anyway,
We are still cleaning.
he is still cleaning. Trust me, he is still cleaning.
So what was your intentions of getting rid of, say, whatever's left there, 50%, 60? You know, I've been reviewing the,
Happy now that I can actually move. I got 2 trucks and 2 trailers that are behind my desk there, my stuff that I use, so I'll be able to lock it up and walk away and have something like everyone gone.
There is more, like I said, there is more fence going up. He is gonna put a gate up where you can't see from the road.
is that where the posts are, the hot tile power
Yeah,
posts?
the bad thing, like,
He ran out of time to dig
Okay.
holes,
Okay.
so I just put them there as a visual, kind of show you. Yeah, we'll have a nice
John, you want to see it?
slide.
Okay.
and I did not find an issue with any of the vintage, what do you call them, vintage John Deere's.
And like the day you showed, which I wasn't caring, I knew kind of, I had, my best way hoppers were full, so one of the things was track shorts that there was ready, one hopper and tires, but the way to go. Stuff that was ready to dispose of, there was just
So-
tires at my barn, I didn't have.
Are your intentions to get rid of all the tires,
Except what I use.
except for what you use, that would be stored properly to prevent?
Yes.
They're stored, and they are
Okay.
stored properly.
Okay.
Okay. I'll have you step back, Eric.
Where's that IDEM report go?
John's got it.
You want these photographs for the report again?
Was that?
I'm still reading this report.
Go ahead. And then go ahead, I want you to read it and see if there's any questions you brought up. When I was reading it, I seen something that I didn't give him about how to store, or the waste and stuff on there. As he's reading this, I'm gonna go ahead, or the board got any more questions here for them now?
Not for them, I don't.
Okay. I want to hear a couple people from, if there's anybody from the public, so I'm gonna have you guys sit down, and I'm gonna close it to the board and open it to the public. And does anybody want to talk on this behalf here? State your name, please.
My name's John Peets. I'm a adjoining property owner. And I don't understand the rules on this of what's allowed, what's not allowed. Is there a setback from my property to their property? I just don't understand the rules. And if we want to go ahead and do this, I said, well, we'll live with it. That's fine. But then I expect my property taxes, my value of my property to go down a bunch. Now, if this county doesn't want to do that, then I'm going to be very unhappy.
So in your opinion, is the fence help any at all? I mean,
It doesn't hurt anything, but in a couple years, that fence will be laying on the ground and we'll be looking at the same junk we're looking at now. I mean, we was told that they was burning garbage. Well, I guess tires are garbage. I don't know. You know, we got a hard time getting facts and figures together here on this. When you look at, I don't know how many lawnmowers are in there. 600,000? Hell, I don't know. But there's too many lawnmowers in there. And he's only got 5 acres. Well, a couple acres or whatever is supposed to be for the house, so I gives him 3 acres. That's a lot, not much land for the amount of equipment that he has there. And it's basically just junk. And once we rezone this, I guess it's commercial, then does he have to rezone it as a salvage yard?
We're not rezoning.
and we're not rezoning anything.
The application that reads is for a rural home occupation, for what that entails.
Right. So what does that allow him to do?
I was going to ask that question, John, about,
Page 103, rural home occupation. Use requirements. Essentially, rural home occupation are permitted in any dwelling unit or an accessory building which is normally associated with a residential or agricultural use and located on a lot of 2 acres or larger in size in a rural or agricultural zone. I'm paraphrasing, just kind of trying to run through this. I'm not reading this verbatim. In addition, all other requirements applicable in the rural zone, which is located, all rural home occupations are subject to the following. No alteration shall be made to the exterior of the residential primary use building. There's some caveats to that. Operator of a rural home occupation shall be a resident of the dwelling unit or the owner of the accessory building. Home occupation shall not involve construction features of use of any electrical, mechanical equipment, combustible materials that would change the fire separation requirements of the primary use or accessory use building. No activity related to the rural home occupation outside any primary use or accessory building except storage. Rural home occupation shall provide additional off-street parking area adequate to accommodate the needs created by the rural home occupation. This area shall contain at least 2 parking spaces, which shall be in addition to the parking spaces required for the dwelling unit or accessory building. Has to be provided on the same lot as the rural home occupation. A rural home occupation shall not create noise, dust, vibration, smell, smoke, glare, electrical interference, fire, chemical hazard, traffic hazard, or any other hazard or nuisance to any greater or more frequent extent than is characteristic for the location. No stock in trade shall be displayed, stored, or sold outdoors or outside of the building located on the lot. So that's a little odd. They allow for outdoor storage, but the sales shouldn't be out there. Permitted rural home occupations, agriculture equipment repair within the enclosed structure. No outside storage or work shall occur on the lot premises except not more than 1 piece of equipment that cannot fit within an accessory building that is not owned by the landowner, permit holder, may be worked on or stored on the lot until it is repaired. It goes on to talk about agricultural, retail-related business, including implement sales, including but not limited to tack shop, fencing, seed, minor assembly of already manufactured equipment. Prohibited rural home occupations for reasons of incompatibility with permitted uses or violations of the neighborhood character. Permitted rural home occupations shall not include the following: automotive salvage, junkyard, scrap metal yard. Rural home occupations permitted by special exception. The following rural home occupations shall be permitted to operate in a rural or agricultural zone where an agricultural use or practice is in existence at the time of the amendment and adoption of this section ordinance by special exception. One of which is automotive or light truck repair, including painting of automobiles. Not more than 4 motor vehicles shall be stored or kept outside that are scheduled for repair or pickup. Also includes agricultural implement sales. Now the presumption there would be that they are operable, functional, working things. This letter from IDEM basically does say there are violations. And they are proposing, I believe, a 60, what was that? Within 60 days of the receipt of this letter, a follow-up inspection will be conducted to verify compliance with each of the requirements listed above. This letter was dated May 20th, 2026. There's a number of Indiana administrative codes that were cited in this. I'm not going to take the time to read the letter out loud, but the violation details. At the time of the inspection, the solid waste compliance inspector observed regulated solid waste, including bulky waste and waste tires throughout Ripley County property parcel 69-10-09-500-001.001-006. May 11, 2026 status update. At the time of the follow-up inspection, the solid waste compliance inspector observed and photographed regulated solid waste in the form of waste tires remaining on Ripley County property parcels 69-10-9-500-1. The parcel number, located at 5766 North US 421, Osgood, Indiana. See inspection photographs 1 through 3 on the last page. Required action. It is the responsibility of the property owner to ensure that all dumping is stopped immediately and that the solid waste on Ripley County property parcel, the lengthy number, is removed and disposed of properly at a state-approved solid waste management facility. Failure to do so will result in continued non-compliance with Indiana rules regarding open dumping and may result in a referral to IDEM's Office of Land Enforcement. Documentation of proper disposal must be provided to IDEM, Solid Waste Compliance Inspector. My presumption would be that would need to be weigh tickets and receipts from a proper landfill. That'd be my presumption. So, Indiana's Air Pollution Control Rule 326 IAC 4-1 prohibits the open burning of this waste. Section 5 of this rule states, quote, any person who allows the accumulation or existence of combustible material which constitutes or contributes to a fire causing air pollution shall not be excused from the responsibility thereof on the basis that the fire was set by vandals, accidental, or an act of God, end quote. Burning of this waste may subject you to legal action. So, this would indicate still out of compliance.
And then that, what you read there about the exception, roadside business, is that, it says on there, no junkyards?
No automotive salvage, junkyard, or scrap metal yard.
I don't think they're meeting the criteria of our own code.
Well, not unless the only thing that's there are operable,
Vehicles.
operable.
But they can only be one or two of them that's been worked on and stored there. So,
Agricultural implement sales, I mean, and that's what the property was used for, you know, usable, workable in the past when it was owned by former owners.
but there's only one allowed outside of a building.
Under this.
Yeah.
So, it sounds to me like he needs a building. As much as anything.
But also.
Rather than fence.
And, yeah, well, yeah, and what's there now has got to fit in that new building. And I don't think that's his intent.
It's a big building.
I'll get back with him here in a minute.
So,
Well, it appears to me that you have so many things wrong here, it's impossible
Yeah.
to have this, issue this permit. And I'm sorry, I have nothing wrong with him selling a lawnmower or two, but this is not what he's doing, and I think you guys understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, as far as the setbacks, this is what, A2?
Yes.
Yes.
A2. Setback, now this is usually talking about a building or a structure, but the minimum depth on the rear yard should be 20 feet. 40 feet of minimum depth front yard from an arterial highway. Minimum side width would be 20 feet of the required lot width, so 200 feet, 20 feet on each side. I would think the setback would be, and then
Now, does that include the fence or just the jump?
well, you can put a fence on a property.
Yeah.
Under Indiana, most fencing law. That can go directly on the property. But the use and the stuff being there and any permanent structure probably ought to be 20 feet from the rear, 20 feet from the side.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna close it to the public, and can we?
Well-
Oh, go ahead, come on up here, sorry.
My name's Melody Bush, and I'm a adjoining property owner on two sides. John's on the other two, and we're on two sides. I guess it depends on what his business really is, whether it's a salvage yard or not. Last meeting, I was wrong. I couldn't find that he had a business name with the Secretary of State. Well, I did find it. He's vice president of Effing Surplus and Salvage, Inc. So if that's their business, I don't know. And according to what I read with zoning laws, and you guys know that stuff, I don't understand it real well. If they have a salvage yard, they have to be no personal residence within either 1,000 feet or 1,320 feet. According to MapQuest, our house is 512.15 feet away. So if that is a salvage place, if that's what this business is, I think that's a violation, I hope. I also have a petition regarding the special exception of people that have signed this, and about the criteria for an approved special exception. I can go
Will
through.
you be submitting that Secretary of State
Yes,
business entity report or
Yes.
whatever information you have there?
yes. Yes. And then the second one is the MapQuest that measured the distance. I
Okay.
measured from the corner of my house to the corner of his property. I didn't even go from the edge of our property to the edge of his.
Okay.
What's the address on that report for the business?
What's that?
What's the address for that business?
I don't think it's on
It
that.
should be 205 East Western Avenue, Osgood. It's not 5766.
Okay, I guess we need to know what their business name is then, if it's a
We
salvage
don't
business
have
or
a
not.
business name.
Okay, hang on, we're not gonna argue.
Okay, all right.
Stay back down for a
She's
minute.
gonna stand there and lie.
Sit down just for a minute, we'll get back to you. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, you got more?
Well, I read about, on section 80.24, special exceptions on the area zoning code, there were 5 different items, which it looks to me like, if I read it right, any one of those fails, the special exception wouldn't be granted. The first one is that it's not be detrimental to endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare, which we think it is. The soil and the groundwater, like they just said, it's very flat and there's a lot of runoff. So if they've gotten all of the antifreeze, diesel, oil, those kinds of things out, or if there's any left, it will wash over and into the ditch and then goes down to our farm and into the wells and the rain wells and streams and so on. They have so many mowers, they're just stacked on top of each other. There's cars, there's trucks, there's trailers, and there's pests that potentially could carry and spread disease from those areas. It'd be a good nesting area for those animals, or for mosquitoes in those tires you talked about. Air pollution, fire hazard. Last month, one of the neighbors mentioned that could see the fires shooting 12 to 14 feet in the air, and the smell that's toxic, so that's dangerous. So we think that first one at least is definitely a no, because it is detrimental to and endangers the public health, safety, and general welfare of residents like us. The second one is special exception. It will not be. We think it will be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for purposes already permitted, and will substantially diminish and impair property values within the neighborhood. Prospective buyers historically are not interested in property where they're close to areas that have soil and groundwater contamination and possible stormwater runoff, pests that could carry and spread disease, and air pollution and fire hazards. So I talked to a couple of realtors, I talked to an appraiser. None of them wanted to give me a statement because that's their business, and they just wouldn't give me a statement. I did read that there's reduced property values, and the impact of this, proximity to a salvage yard or a junkyard on a residential property is well documented, and I've got the sources here, and I'll give you this in just a minute. Aesthetic blight They are putting a fence up, but you can, some of it's even high enough you can see it over the fence. So aesthetically, it is a blight, so we think that this will not let us enjoy our own property, and because of smoke, trash, unkept junkyard, and so on. The third one was the establishment of a special exception will impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties. Initially, they just had a few mowers, a few cars, a few trucks, and so on, and then they just keep bringing more and more on there. The quantity has increased to the point that it's gone beyond reasonable. And I wonder, too, about the long-term plan. They have another property. He has another property. 7717 North County Road, 750 West. And these pictures, the first page is, how many of these I have?
I can share.
Okay, here's one. That property, the pictures were taken last week of things he's left there. When he gets finished with the property.
Is this property, quote, like, does it butt up against you?
No.
or-
But it's his property, and he left all that junk out there. It was there last week. I don't know, maybe he's cleaned it up now, I don't know. But anyway, we're just wondering what he's going to do if he leaves this one. Is he going to leave all the junk there like he did on that one? The one page is on Google Maps, so it's kind of hard to see, but you can still see kind of stuff around there. But no, this doesn't order me. But it does show a history of what his properties look like when he leaves them. Okay, let's see. So we think the site is zoned agriculture and should not be allowed to continue to operate as this junkyard salvage yard. Petitioners request a special exception be not denied because the establishment of a special exception will impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties for uses permitted in the district. I've just got one more, let's see. This one is adequate measures are not in place to provide ingress or egress, so designed to minimize traffic congestion. He is putting a fence around it, so I guess that one probably doesn't apply now. But it does say not within 1,000 feet of the nearest edge of a right-of-way of an interstate or primary highway. 421 is a primary highway, really busy. So we're requesting for that petition that you deny his request for a special exception on at least the top 3 of those, and we really think all 5 of them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, do I need to close it to have them step back up or to the public?
I suppose the applicant could have a little rebuttal.
Right. So we'll close it to the public, and then I'm going to ask you guys to step up. So,
This effing surplus that she keeps hounding on is not at that address. Back during COVID, right around the COVID time, the shop, Double E, right there in Osgood, his former employer was struggling in the actual business. So Mike was like, hey, why don't we do this on the side, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So Erica started the business. The address for that business is 205 East Western Avenue. We've made that clear at the past meetings. I don't know why she keeps going on this. We're not trying to run a salvage yard, or we don't have all this. IDEM came today. They were going to send us the report so that we could print it off. We have not got it yet. We got everything done. As far as IDEM's concerned, they're done. As far as the burning thing, oh, I'm so mad I'm shaking.
And the house. That's
Here.
a rental house.
This is a burn barrel on the back of her property. So they can't bitch about us burning, and we're not even burning because we got Monkey now, or Best Way. I've started it. I really feel like this is a witch hunt, and I'm gonna say this. I've also turned in letters on my neighbors because they're in violation too. I feel like we're starting to get a little bit into selective enforcement, and that's not acceptable. I wish this lady would understand. he did not leave that property at 7717. I mean, and you know what, we was
Do you still
house,
own that property over there?
we was,
I do, my buddy lives there, that's all his stuff.
yeah, he rented it out. We were actually house hunting because I wanted to move back to Taylor County. There is no way in HELL I would ever think about selling that property now. I would never think about that. As far as the rainwater running, everything runs down into our yard. It doesn't, like our yard sets down from the fields. You can look down the property lines and you can see on their side, you can see the ditch run down. Like, because we'll get the field will run down into like the strip of grass and then it'll run down into the ditch. So none of our water is running anywhere but into our yard. Their fields are running into our yards. I don't understand the big thing. Like I said, unfortunately Tad's gone now. Every one of these people that are complaining, they all are in violation. My thing is if we got to clean up, let's clean the whole damn neighborhood up, plain and simple. Properties have come up in value. According to assessments, all the properties have come up in value. So you cannot bitch about our house saying that we're decreasing property values when everybody just assessed higher.
And the things visible over the fence are gonna stay there because they're legal trailers and legal vehicles.
Yeah, everything's legal. Anything we've done, Tad said we can do. We have a recording where Tad said you can put stuff on trailers. You can, and the whole thing is like,
As long as it's legal.
as long as it's legal, as long as the plates are legal. Everything we've done is legal. You know, yes, I love the fence being up. I can't wait till the rest of the fence is done. I completely love that. We are not financially capable of putting a building up because, and I don't understand the whole agriculture and residential, because we're zoned residential. But the thing that amazes me is like, on our property card, it says residential. So the thing that gets me about this whole situation is on residential, you cannot have a building bigger than your house. Your square footage can't be bigger than the square footage of your house. So even if he wanted to put a pole barn up, he still can't store the stuff in there that he wants to. And trust me, I've already been down that road. We've already spoke with our attorney. You can't do that. That is not in code.
And I went through with
As a matter of fact, her son that turned us in is in so much violation right now. It's not even funny. That let her wait until we definitely get somebody in office to take care of that. But the whole thing is I'm just,
With your salvage yard business that you have,
we don't have a salvage yard.
so it's done with the state?
That thing is, he's not with,
I'm not with
he's not with them anymore. He's not with them. I told him today, I told him when we were sitting here, I said, I wish we would have brought copies of your tax returns because he has no Schedule Ks from this place for,
I quit there 2 years ago.
he quit there 2 years ago.
Well, that's fine, because this address don't have nothing to do with what we're dealing
But it
with.
keeps getting brought up.
But it keeps getting brought up. It's in our file.
That's what needs to be clarified, so that's probably not an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not,
This is basically a
that
non-issue.
effing surplus, because that's another thing too, is if this ends up in court, that's all in that, in our file, and those are lies. We're trying to start a business. We got a man standing up here, and it's on freaking YouTube now, saying we got ran out of Osgood. I ain't never been run out of no place.
Well,
I'm just upset over the whole situation, because it's lie after lie after lie.
okay.
And I did go through with IDEM about disposals of everything. I asked him, I want to know everything, a proper disposal for everything. And
So this report we got was from when?
That was the original report.
May 11th?
he was there, like, I got it on
I'm
my
sorry,
phone
May
records
20th.
Where I
May
called him
20th.
today.
May 20th.
So that
May
was-
11th was the date of the inspection.
That's probably 2 weeks ago at the report.
I called him Friday, he was supposed to come out Monday, there was at least a day grace period, but he didn't show up Monday, so I called him this morning and I said,
We
I
need
need
you
it done
here.
today.
So then IDM will not email the county a report?
I'll tell you what, as soon as we get a report from them, I'll have it straight to you.
Yes, I guarantee, like I said, I'll show you my phone record, it says that where I called him and
No,
Does that
that's
report
fine.
even matter? I mean, with the,
All right, you guys, I think you got to say your rebuttal, so I'm
Not
gonna
really.
have you step back, sit down,
Okay.
and, I think that, I mean,
I think we meet the code. I don't think we, even regardless of what item says, I don't think they don't meet the criteria for this, what John read there.
And that's county or state you're reading?
No, that was the portions of that I was reading.
He was on 105.
Thanks for remembering that for me. Time here. Okay, rural home occupation permitted by special exception. The following rural home occupations shall be permitted to operate in a rural or agricultural zone or in any zone where agricultural use or practice is in existence at the time of the amendment and adoption of this section. An ordinance by special exception. A, bed and breakfast with 3 or less rooms for overnight accommodations. B, home occupations or rural home occupations that need limited new construction or improvements on the existing property. C, agricultural implement sales. 4, automotive or light truck repair, including painting of automobiles. Not more than 4 motor vehicles shall be stored or kept outside that are scheduled to be repaired or picked up. So if this is a rural home occupation by special exception, which is what he's applied for, this needs to be agricultural implement sales. And the presumption would be that these are functioning pieces of equipment.
Right.
In my mind, I mean,
That's interpreted.
And if you don't have a building to put them
otherwise,
in,
if it's not functioning, then it is fixer-uppers or scrap or junk.
and then also states that a junkyard's not allowed,
It is not allowed.
so.
Or scrap.
Scrap, yeah,
But we're neither one.
that'd be the thing.
Well, but the problem is you have a lot of inoperable mowers, though. You have dead storage of stuff that really appears to be nothing but scrap. How
To
do you account
it's
for
nothing,
that?
but that's interpretation. I'm gonna use exactly.
No, that's not
But I'm gonna use a statement that Mr. Peets made in his last meeting. He thought hog shit was manure, or was fertilizer. Evidently to IDEM, it's not. So it's all in the interpretation of what one looks at it and what the other looks at it.
But it also states, and here's, I think, your issue, that if, whatever it is you're doing, if you're selling scrap or parts or whatever,
But we're not doing that. We're selling whole mowers.
I even talked to IDEM.
but they got to be in a building, okay? And if it all don't fit in a building, you're only allowed one implement sitting outside, 4 cars, is that what it is?
Now Tad told us that all that,
Well,
Tad said all
Tad's
that
not
stuff.
here anymore, so we can't do that, okay? So, I mean, I'm sorry if he told you something that,
Then how did the other homeowners get away with it?
And the guy from IDEM said that is not refuse, that is actually the stuff that's sitting out there, it's in that paper that it was sent, that he said that stuff isn't, what I sell is not refuse. It is a product. And we actually talked about that today.
but you just heard what roadside business is. Residential roadside business is what you're asking for, right? And it tells you right there in black and white that you cannot have all of that outside of a building. Okay, I mean, it's right there, and you're more than welcome to look it up. It's
Is
the
that
county
local or
ordinance.
is that state?
That's
What's-
county ordinance.
What's the state ordinance? What's the state stipulations on that?
Basically, what the state says, when you go send something to the state,
Because-
they tell you that you have to abide by the county and local codes. Okay? So,
Are you talking about if you get a salvage yard operator's license or a junk?
well, I'm saying, if you try to send anything you send through the state, all they're gonna tell you is yeah, okay, if they stamp it, that's fine, but you gotta abide by the local codes and county codes. So, and according, go ahead, I'm sorry, John.
At the prior meeting, did you indicate that you sell parts off of these mowers?
And since that prior meeting, we have decided that that would not be an option anymore. It would be all or nothing. You gotta take the whole thing, or you're not getting nothing.
I'm not going to do salvage yard.
We're not gonna be that.
This is our definition of a junkyard. Any place at which personal property is or may be salvaged for reuse, resale, or reduction, or similar disposition and is owned, possessed, collected, accumulated, dismantled, or assorted, including but not limited to used or salvaged base metals, metal or metals, their compounds or combination, used or salvaged rope, bags, paper, rags, glass, rubber, there's tires there, lumber, millwork, brick, and similar property except animal matter, and used motor vehicles, machinery, or equipment which is used, owned, or possessed for the purpose of wrecking or salvaging parts therefrom. How many of those vehicles are licensed that you have?
All but one. It actually should have been gone this week, but it would have gone tomorrow. Just getting ready to get loaded up. I'm part of it sitting there. Already, I sold it just waiting on him to pick it up. Everything else has been placed and it runs. And they're all my personal, all my name.
Okay. So, I don't see how we can, with the ordinance, county ordinance that we just read, can we proceed with this here? Because we can't go above and beyond that.
Well, you basically, I guess the thought is this a situation where you want to vote on it based on the criteria, if you satisfied that? Or is it a situation where if he can't satisfy the criteria, perhaps such an application should never be made, you should just be forced to clean it up?
And then.
But that's the end result if it's not.
Right. And then the other thing out there is this other item report. So, I mean, like see what the findings of that is too, but.
But would that really make a difference, John, from the IDM report? I mean, he did some of the things that if they fix some of the things they mentioned in the first one, I get that, but it still wouldn't meet the criteria for our ordinance for rural home.
And we can't have tires laying around there.
Actually, IDM says that the tires have to be up off of the ground, they have to have rims, and they have to be covered. Those tires are all stored properly now.
But the county ordinance says you can't have tires, rubber, okay? I mean, I don't care what IDM says on that, if it don't meet what the county ordinance says.
So what exactly is the ordinance on tires?
He just read it, you can't have rubber, anything rubber there, right, John?
Go back to it.
Sorry.
That's all. Guess I should have these tabbed. Basically, any place at which personal property is or may be salvaged for reuse, resale, or reduction, or similar disposition and is owned, possessed, collected, accumulated, dismantled, or assorted, including but not limited to used salvage-based metal or metals, their compounds or combinations, used or salvaged rope, bags, paper, rags, glass, rubber, lumber, millwork, brick, and similar property except animal matter, and used motor vehicles, machinery, or equipment which is used, owned, or possessed for the purpose of wrecking or salvaging parts therefrom.
That's not allowed.
Not permitted. That's the definition of a junkyard.
Right.
So if he's operating a junkyard, which it kind of seems like it fits that criteria. I mean, I can't sit there and say that a judge would agree or not agree. Maybe it is all up to interpretation. But to a reasonable person, it does kind of give the appearance that that's a junkyard.
What tires are there are, like I just said earlier, when we started meeting, are mine. My personal stuff I keep for trailers and trucks.
But it don't matter if they're personal or
Okay,
business.
so I don't know if this is right when it comes to Google, but it says Ripley County, Indiana does not have a single dedicated local ordinance outlining specific pile heights or tarping requirements for tire storage. You don't have no requirements on it. The state says that you
For a
have-
pile of tires, maybe, I don't know.
We don't
We
have
dig
loose
it.
tires sitting around.
That was the violation.
That was the violation we had, that's now fixed.
But you still have them there, right?
They're stored according to the way
The tires
For what
that have
purpose?
the rims.
No, my use, like trailers and trucks and for my personal stuff that I drive, because I'm tires are expensive.
Okay.
But they were stored outside prior to IDM's visit, correct?
They have a tarp over them. There were some loose tires around, and he cleaned those up. That's what IDM took the pictures of. He cleaned those up, and he cut those down, and he disposed of those, the junk ones.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on here and see, mean, if we're going to vote on this, we'd have to do the criterias.
I'd recommend that you basically indicate findings of fact, either
Right.
favorable or unfavorable, that satisfy or fail to satisfy those criteria.
Okay, we're going to start with
Because
number one.
what was submitted by the applicants appears to strictly be no or yes answers, conclusions, no supporting
Right.
facts.
So the first one, will the establishment, maintenance, or operation of this special exception be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community? So they said no, that's it, but, you know, do we have, as far as,
Does IDEM in that report say anything about water runoff of the property?
I don't believe it does, and I think if a person were to go on the GS, that's a relatively flat piece of land, so I'm not really sure that the runoff is the issue, but I think their greater concern would be the groundwater contamination sitting in one spot. Not so much to run to another location, but
Which
sitting there and
eventually
then
leach
going
into
into the groundwater. But there's nothing that really talks about that here in the IDEM report.
okay. So we'll vote on number one then.
I guess, what do you find favorable or not favorable about this proposed use?
Doug, you go first.
That supports or contradicts that conclusion, that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of a special exception will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare.
Well, my concern is that the item talked about the groundwater. I mean, even if it stays on their property, eventually if it's flat, water will probably go off the property. So I would say they don't meet that first criteria.
Todd?
How can you assume something if you don't have any facts
Hang
on
on,
it?
we're voting our stuff now, ma'am. We've let you talk and everything else. So,
Well, and according to this report, I don't think the tires had been addressed yet at that time.
So you have another IDEM report coming. You have the final inspection IDEM report coming.
John, does it really make any difference what this IDEM report's going to say if this does not meet the code?
It may not, but the evidence before you basically indicates that there still were tires stored outside at the time of that inspection.
Okay, and then the groundwater was,
Well, it didn't really mention anything about groundwater. That was my indication.
Okay.
That land is fairly flat up there. And I know there's concerns that have been stated by the public about runoff, and maybe it does run into ditches, but the the water may also stand,
if we want to read that.
you know, on location.
so do we want to wait for the IDEM report to help us?
That would be another,
But I will say this, they did indicate, Mr. Effing indicated that he collected most of the waste tires on the property since the previous inspection and placed them under cover until he could properly dispose of them in a state-approved disposal facility. So at least there, in this report, it's classified as waste tires, not tires for personal use.
So you
and
say
have
you,
you disposed
Okay, so-
any of them?
Okay, so, yes, this is
Okay,
the
now,
difference between.
Do you have that letter from how you disposed them, where you disposed them at?
Best way, best way trash. According to IDEM, that is the correct way to.
So you got a letter from Best Way saying that you was able to,
We don't need one.
We don't need one. As long as you cut the sidewalls out, you can throw them in, you can throw them away.
It's perfectly legal to do it. That's the way-
And those waste tires, so there's a difference between a regular tire and a waste tire. A waste tire is one that does not have a rim. The waste tires were the ones that did not have the rims in them. And those are the ones that he cut down and he disposed of.
When the sidewalls are cut out, they're allowed to be thrown into a dumpster.
okay,
That's according to their laws.
but they got to be disposed by, I thought it said it had to have a letter from the certified landfill or whatever.
Basically, I think it said,
We gave him the receipt where we paid Best Way.
It is the responsibility of the property owner, the required action, it is the responsibility of the property owner to ensure that all dumping is stopped immediately and that the solid waste on Ripley County property, the parcel number, is removed and disposed of properly at a state-approved solid waste management facility.
That's what it is.
Failure to do so will result in continued non-compliance with Indiana rules regarding open dumping and may result in a referral to IDEM's Office of Land Enforcement. Documentation of proper disposal must be provided to the IDEM solid waste compliance inspector.
I showed him my receipt the best way.
And he said that was fine.
I would keep that and put, we'll put that in the file too, probably.
That's why the one picture
So,
I cut.
I mean, what's the action y'all want to take? Do you want to wait on the new IDM report?
What would be the corrective measure to make this fit? Because to make the outside salvage sales, like if you wanted to,
If there's a lot of stuff there that's not running, not usable, not workable, I think that's going to be considered a junkyard. And I think I'll win that argument in front of court. I hope I'm not being too presumptuous there, but
You are.
a dead mower is a dead mower.
Okay, so on those mowers though, you can't go out there and start them because they don't have fuel in them. Because you can't, because there was some law that one out of every so many cannot have fuel in them. So you would have to put fuel in them and you would have to start them. You would have to jump those. So, because we've also taken the batteries out of a lot of them too, for proper storage, so they wouldn't freeze and bust.
Now, how many mowers do you say you have out there now? Roughly, just a guess.
Like a couple hundred.
50,
Like 200.
He said a couple hundred, I think.
200? And they're all ready to ship out and sell.
Yeah, I could, that's why. I
You
wanted
can
to-
sell them all as they sit.
I got-
Okay, but according to this ordinance though, if I'm understanding it right, you're only, a mower that would be called a farm implement or whatever,
Yeah, you can get a lot of those.
So you're only allowed 3 or 4 to set outside. The rest of them has to be in a building. That's what we're trying to tell you. Okay? So, and in order, and what these pictures that you give us, is all that junk just piled up. I don't see a mower one in them piles. You know what I'm saying? I mean, do you have all your mowers lined up in a line so people can walk through there and I want that one or whatever,
The back part actually is.
Okay.
I done it really well. Done to
But that, all that stuff in the middle, within the gravel and stuff like that, that to me is considered junk. I mean, I don't care how you slice it, dice it, or what. But, like I said, it's up to you guys. You guys make the motion, which way you want to go with it. Do you want to wait on that IDM? Or do you,
I don't see how the IDM's gonna help it. Still.
well,
The
do you wanna-
photographs are somewhat damning because, I see mower hoods, wheels, chain link fence.
We have dogs.
We have dogs.
Yeah, but it's just laying there in a roll and just,
So, if we can vote on these, and if however they vote, that's how it's gonna go out, pan out then.
Right, I only had like 2 weeks to actually work on the place. And the outside, you can tell the outside's
Well, now you had 30 days because you was at the last meeting. And
Right.
if you'll remember, well,
weather.
yeah, okay. So let's make a decision one way or another here, what we want to do.
I still want to know, what does he have to do to be able to operate it like he's doing right now? What would, because it doesn't.
Everything inside of a building.
Yeah, you have to have a building big as well.
Get everything inside of a building.
Okay, and he did mention that he might not need a bigger building than was allowed, but he could ask for an exception for that larger building to do this, correct?
See, I've not heard that.
I was thinking agricultural structures maybe were exempt from that.
Okay.
But I don't know if this would be considered an agricultural structure, like a hay barn and a tobacco barn.
Right.
Cow barn.
No, this would be like a roadside business.
Yeah.
So,
I think you'd have an easier time asking for a variance to go larger scale on your building than the primary use of the property. If you want to keep these mowers and stuff like that, if that's what you want to do.
all right, what you guys gonna do?
I say we make a motion to deny it. I mean, it fails.
Well, the thing is, you got to go through each one
Right.
of the criteria,
Right.
and you should vote on each.
Okay, okay.
Let's do it.
So we're gonna vote on number one then, and
So
Doug,
Doug's concerns based on that, let me get to it here.
Is the health and safety of the junk.
Okay. The concern being anything that leaks, leaks out of the mowers? Or
Yeah, it could be leak,
Give me some details.
anything that could leak out of these, if they're compacted in there tight, the weeds grow up, varmints. I mean, it's just if the water stands in some of this equipment that's out there that's not covered, then you could have that could be a serious issue for West Nile. If it's there for an extended period of time.
So
that's a no?
So basically, I call for a vote that, based on those facts, or what he's pointing out, do you agree, or basically, I guess you'd ask all those in favor that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of a special exception will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare? Raise your hand if you agree that it won't.
All right, yeah, if you
But-
agree that it won't.
But if they're applying for a special exemption or to be a roadside business, so none of those mowers would be able to be there unless they're inside of a building per our code. So if it was in a building, see, that's where I'm having a sticky time making up my mind on this. Because if all that stuff was stored properly, then it would be.
I do have a question too like that, because we have all good powered equipment. I mean, you know, it's new stuff. You guys approved that. They have no room to store any of their equipment.
Because it's a selective enforcement.
I mean, I know it's new and pretty and shiny, but it's still.
I don't understand how you can vote on something when IDEM didn't give their final report, and it was your guys' idea to have IDEM come in and do an inspection. It was the board's idea to have IDEM, he wanted IDEM to come in and inspect. IDEM said there wasn't nothing wrong.
I had,
You don't have that
That
report.
first report
But
they
you
did.
don't have the final report.
I had him walk through the whole plot to make
If you
sure.
want to wait for the final report, then you can move to table it.
Yes, because I.
Yeah. Let's table it.
Because the last time we tabled it, until we had that, it's the landowner's right to table it
Okay,
one time on your own.
Then we would like to have it tabled.
Okay? It's tabled, all right?
Go ahead and vote on it.
Well, if they're,
We need,
Well,
if they move to table, we don't,
that's true.
that's not our fault.
All right, next meeting.
so, all right, next meeting, next month. So when you get that, can you get it to Vicki as soon as you can?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For those here on that application, there will be no new notice sent out, but the next meeting, I believe, is July 7th,
Right.
probably following the plan commission meeting.
So the public that was here on this issue, you're welcome back next month.
First Tuesday of the month,
7 o'clock. Okay, all
starting at 7 p.m.
right, next one up, Jeffrey Fuller.
I got it.
Okay, you're gonna step back, you're gonna step out on this one?
I'm going to introduce myself,
Yes.
kind of what we do, and then I'll let our attorney take it from there. But my name's Jeff Fuller. I'm applying for a special exception for a 550-head finishing barn on my property in Milan. We raise pigs for Nyman Ranch. Nyman Ranch is a natural pork brand. So we have a strict protocol that we have to adhere to. Dry bedding being one of them. Hoop barns, like we've proposed, are kind of the standard for Nyman Ranch. Natural ventilation. No pit fans, no electricity other than lights, really. So we got started with Nyman about 3 years ago. We've always had pigs, but never had that market to really grow. This building is a growth point for us. So what this building allows us to do is to get on a 12-week schedule. It improves our bedding management. It improves our cash flow for the farm. It just it makes everything more cohesive. So, like I said, we got started with Nyman about 3 years ago. Found out we really enjoyed it. So, bedded pigs are a lot of fun for us. Also turns out it's profitable. So, you know, I talk to young guys all the time. They come out to the farm trying to find a way in the door. That's what we're doing. It's a low cost to entry. It's a profitable model. You don't have to compete for cash rent against the crop guys. You don't have to go spend $1 million on a 100-acre parcel. You can get started fairly easily. So yeah, the finishing barn would be a 550 head finishing barn. They go into that building about 100 pounds, stay there till market. So.
And they turn over every 12 weeks.
Yeah, so they'd be in the barn roughly 12 weeks. Yeah, I mean, there would be a flow of pigs in and out.
So are you farrowing these hogs, or?
No, sir.
They're shipping them into you?
Yes. So that's a difference with Nyman. Nyman is not an integrator. We own the pigs. We have to buy the pigs from Nyman. We provide the feed. We make all the management decisions on the farm. What we are required to do is keep daily logs, daily records, and they audit us once a year.
Any more questions from the board?
So is that 550 head, is that at one time in one barn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You purchased the pigs yourself?
Yep.
So this is like back in the old days going.
This is like going to the sale barn. Yep. And we throw them in straw just like you did in the 70s.
Where's the waste go?
Crop field. So we farm 600 acres.
Oh, okay.
And have you had IDEM been involved?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been out. I believe you've got the letter there. They do not classify us. We don't meet the definition of a CFO.
Because you're under 600.
Correct.
Do they still get involved with your manure?
Nope.
They don't have to?
We can voluntarily
Okay.
have them involved, but
it's dry, it's not like the old stuff.
yeah, it's all dry manure. It's the same, like, it's very similar to cattle manure.
So no underfloor pit?
Nope.
And you said you want your lawyers to.
Yeah, if you guys
Okay.
have done that with your
All right,
questions.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Elbow them out of the way here. Hi, everybody. My name's Brianna Schrader. I'm an attorney at Jansen Schrader Ag Law. We represent farms and a lot of livestock operations around the state. And so I've been working with Jeff here on this. And so nobody's going to explain the farm itself better than he is. But I want to walk you through some of the legal. We've been here. I appreciate your patience tonight. We've talked about special exceptions, the different elements that are required. So I want to walk you through some of those for this project. I also want to just introduce real quickly, we've got our law clerk here tonight who just finished his first year of law school, So he gets the glamorous job of handing out binders. So we submitted electronically some records last week. We worked with Tad to do that. I know there's been a transition there. So working with Vicki here, we brought hard copies for you to look at in a binder. So Ethan, you can hand those out. Thank you.
I look like a law.
I said, you're younger than I am. You can carry that. So I think some of the important points here, this property is zoned A2. It is an agriculture zoned property. It anticipates that there will be livestock farms in that area. All types of ag uses or uses akin to agricultural operations might be permitted either outright or by special exception. And we have to be clear, this is considered under your zoning ordinance an AFO, not a CFO. Same thing with IDEM. At the end of your binders, you've got those letters from IDEM confirming this is not a CFO, a confined feeding operation. It's much smaller than that, right? Your zoning ordinance also provides, when we're talking about special exceptions for things like an AFO, in section 80.24 F57 I, that noises and odors normal to the storage, feeding, handling, and production of farm animals are deemed acceptable. So when we're talking about a special exception in an ag zone for an AFO, things like odors and smells that are associated with livestock are deemed acceptable. So that's a difference, frankly, Ripley County has chose to make in their zoning ordinance to support agriculture that I'll tell you not every county has. We know there's at least one nearby property that has signed and recorded a restrictive ag covenant on their property, indicating we know this is an agricultural area. We recognize there can be livestock, even confined feeding, the bigger farms, and that we understand we're waiving our right to object to that. So in the recorded documents here at the county, there's at least one property owner who has put on the record that they understand that, they agree that, and that's in your binder at tab 3. Jeff's property, this project meets all the setbacks, building requirements, will utilize the applicable Office of Indiana State Chemist waste handling guidance. It's one more state agency tonight you guys haven't had the acronym for yet, so the OISC will add that in. And so with that kind of outline of the property, we'll move to the specific findings that you as the BZA get to make. And so those come directly from your zoning ordinance. You guys have heard about them already tonight, so I don't want to belabor what they are. In my experience as lawyers, Mr. Ertl and I probably agree on this. We ask a lot of BZAs around the state, so it's my practice to put together kind of draft, almost like a worksheet. I have kids, so it's almost like a worksheet that you guys can use to check off, scratch off, write in your own comments. So those are toward the end of your binder, starting tabs 14. And so that's essentially a worksheet you can use to come up with your findings. And as a lawyer, those findings are important to me because if anyone challenges your decision, the court looks at these findings to decide, well, did the BZA have enough detail? Did they understand what was going on? So it's been my practice to give you those kind of worksheets. So high level, tab 14, I don't want to read them to you. I know you are all able to do that yourself. But first of all, the project won't be detrimental to or endanger public health, safety, or the general welfare of the community. This is a sustainable ag project. It's a value-added agricultural project. We're looking at environmental, economic, and social impact from this project. It utilizes traditional farming practices, gives a young farmer a viable livelihood. I don't know if any of you have looked at land prices lately. If you want to buy 500 acres or 1,000 acres out from some of the new technology type land uses, it's going to be really hard to get your start as a young farmer. This gives you a route to do that. No impacted water leaves the site. He's building the barn near his own house. It's got very low water usage. It's got trees and woods around it. Will comply with all the state chemist, IDEM, BOA requirements. The farm itself has kind of a ripple effect. And I've included a few reports in there from IU School of Business and some other entities explaining how livestock farms impact their surroundings in terms of economics. It increases the demand for grain from local farmers. It helps to provide additional jobs in the area, pays increased taxes in the area. All of these things go to Ripley County and the surrounding community as a positive impact. The second element won't be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity. We know the surrounding area is agriculture. It's zoned for agriculture. We know that livestock noises and livestock smells are deemed acceptable in this area. This is not a property that's going to require huge floodlights, giant loudspeakers, big billboard, anything like that. The A2 zone specifically anticipates agricultural uses in the area, such as livestock. This is sustainable agriculture. You can go on, I played around a little bit on the Nyman Ranch website, which is really kind of cool because it breaks down exactly what they mean when they say sustainable ag, right? Because that's one of those buzzwords you have to look into a little bit, right? But the practices they use really feel like traditional farming. And I've got nothing against the big farms. I'm happy to represent big farms, but this is kind of cool to do something different and a lot smaller than most of the farms that I work for around the state. Again, this property meets all the applicable setbacks as well. Element number 3, the project will not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property for permitted uses. Here, I think what's really cool is you guys have a brand-new comp plan passed in April 2026. And that brand-new comp plan puts a lot of focus on the development and encouragement of new agricultural projects here in Ripley County. On page 51, the new comp plan talks about the community wants to protect and encourage and develop agriculture. It specifically calls out things like value-added agriculture, which is this kind of sustainable, high-quality pork that goes to market. The comp plan identifies this land in the future. Its future land classification is agriculture. So the county has said, it is our goal, it is our anticipation that this property will continue to be agriculture in the future. That is one of our objectives, one of our goals. So that aligns with that third criteria of the special exception. Number 4 and 5, we can probably do pretty quickly. 4 is, are there adequate utilities, roads, drainage, et cetera? Here we've got truck turnarounds on the site. This is going to use less electricity than a private residence, less electricity than a house. You heard Jeff say it's pretty much just having some lights inside. We'll manage any stormwater, clean stormwater per local and state drainage requirements. No impacted water can leave the site. This is really different from like a traditional quad barn, which would have that pit, right? We might have a French drain around it, and then we're really looking to manage water, liquid manure. On this site, we've got solid manure, so it's very different. IDEM, if it's a bigger farm, IDEM would still treat solid manure differently than it treats the storage of liquid manure. Obviously, it just poses, it's a very different substance, right? The 5th one is adequate ingress and egress to minimize traffic congestion. That's not anticipated to be a problem. Again, we're not going to have trucks backing out of the road. I'm not going to have semis turning around in the middle of the road. There's plenty of room on site for all of that. Economic impact here will help the county to fund whatever the county wants, but that could include road improvements. We'll comply with any highway department requirements set forth. We've had conversations with them already. So in light of the strong support that Ripley County has put forth in its zoning ordinance, in its comp plan, in Indiana state law, we have a Right to Farm Act that really includes levels of support from the state for projects like this. So for all of those reasons, we'd ask you for a favorable vote and to approve the special exception for Mr. Fuller. And I am happy to come up for rebuttal or question answering later on. I know you guys have had a full docket, so I could just keep talking, but I'll sit down and let the public or.
Hang on, let me,
Yeah.
does the board got any questions for her?
I do not.
no question.
Are you saving the rainwater off of the barn to water the holes?
No.
So everything's gonna be stored inside, just like normal farming operation?
I seen a picture or something here.
You've got, yeah, a couple pictures there, kind of examples in the front. There's also an example of the
There's the hoop barn.
hoop barn on tab 2, I think, of your binders, has some additional pictures. One. Thank you.
All right, thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now, are we gonna loop these three together, or do we gotta do each one of them?
Well, I would imagine anybody that's here in favor of it or against, hold on, it's gonna be on all three, I would presume. So, but we will need to vote on each one separately, even though these binders consist of all three applications?
Yeah.
Or the supporting documentation of all three applications?
Yes, they are separate. We do have technically 3 separate items up here tonight. I didn't think you wanted 3 different binders, so those binders are in support of all 3 of the petitions. For ease, if you'd like, we can present all 3 of ours. If you want to then consolidate public comment, I mean, I would leave that up to your council, but we're flexible.
I think as long as we vote on them individually, I think you could hear them as one.
Yeah.
Because they are 3 different applications, but the same piece of property essentially, I guess, or nearby. properties.
Nearby.
Same zone, same all that.
I think as long,
So
from my
this first one is intended use of the property is agricultural production and AFO, animal feeding operation.
Correct, and in my mind, as long as we are very clear on the record, what we're talking about,
Right.
I don't see any legal reason we couldn't proceed with all 3 of them, give you the information, just so that, frankly, us, you, or the public isn't bouncing back and forth. If that works for everybody, we're happy to do that.
That seems reasonable to me, and I see no reason with it procedurally or anything of that nature.
Well, 2 of these are the same.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Jeffrey and Aubrey, 2 of them's asking for the same thing. So them 2 are definitely.
Well,
But,
and I'm going to complicate things. So Jeffrey's got a special exception, and then Audrey's got technically a special exception and a variance, but her property has a little something different to it that I want to talk about, which is a legal nonconforming use, or grandfathered in, is another way to think that. I still think we can handle them.
That's the setback one, right? Is the
Correct.
grandfathered in,
That's
off
item
the
number
existing
4.
building, yeah.
But 5 is essentially going to be the same as 3.
I will argue that the legal nonconforming use applies to the special exception for Audrey and applies to the variance for Audrey. But otherwise, so the way I would propose is if Audrey can come up, introduce herself just for a minute, and then I'll talk a little bit about what sets hers slightly apart, both the special exception and the variance, and then I'll sit down.
okay, so we've got 3, right?
3 petitions,
All right.
or 3 requests, yes.
1 variance, 2 special exceptions.
Okay,
Does that,
all right, so let's go ahead and we will bring Audrey up.
okay.
Good evening. I'm Audrey Fuller. I appreciate the board's time and consideration in our variance and exceptions that we bring forth to you. I'm coming with our current functioning property and hog operation, where we are currently operating Nyman Ranch hogs, marketing to them. We moved into our farm in 2016. We have had hogs on the property since spring of 2016, as soon as the snow cleared, pretty much. We live on the farm with our 3 kids, 9, 7, and 2 years old. And Jeff and I have worked together, building everything from scratch. So we've tried to make different ways work and found that this is a viable option for our family. I also work full-time as a nurse, So we wear lots of hats. Currently, when we bring hogs in, we bring them into the main barn. We do have a little hoop barn that will eventually, if we are granted, to be able to build the new project. Our current hoop barn will be transitioned to a 4-H or fun barn for our kids. Our daughters decided to show sheep and not hogs, ironically, so that one will be for sheep and bunnies. But currently, we're bringing hogs into the main barn, and they stay there. Right now, we're offloading into the hoop when they get larger and need the required space that we're required to give them. But this, our operation would function more efficiently if we could have the extra space.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the difference I would like to touch on for Audrey, they each own their own property, right? We've had IDEM come out, look at that. IDEM has confirmed that is perfectly legal, right? She is a separate entity from her husband, so she owns a property, he owns a property, and that's, Indiana law backs that up. And the key with Audrey's property, and the one she just spoke about, we're here for a variance and a special exception, is first and foremost that it is already existing. There have been pigs on the property since before this ordinance was adopted. So I know that Tad, when he put together the packet for last month, he included some highlighted language in his packet showing this ordinance was adopted in September of 2016. They already had the operating farm at her property before the ordinance was adopted, which means under Indiana law 36-74616, that this is an agricultural non-conforming use, which means that the county cannot terminate, require a variance, require a special exception for them to continue to operate her hog barn. And that's legal non-conforming use is like what lawyers like to say, so we think we sound smart. Grandfathered in is the term everybody else is generally familiar with. So we really got two arguments there. First of all, under Indiana code, the county cannot impose a new ordinance on an existing agricultural use and say, well, now to continue, you need a variance or a special exception, or you have to stop operating altogether. So that's under Indiana code. Separately from Indiana code, Ripley County zoning ordinance also recognizes legal non-conforming uses, and that's at section 80.07A. Basically it's repeating what the Indiana law says, that if you've got a use that predates the adoption of the ordinance, you're a legal non-conforming use. Ripley County goes a step farther and says that legal non-conforming use can be extended through the existing building without any further permitting. The original structure there has actually had livestock and has existed since like the 60s and 70s. So we've got some historical aerials that we submitted that show, and you can go back on Google Earth. You can rewind time to go back and see. It gets a little more grainy, but you can see the barn, you can see that structure. Going all the way back to the 60s and 70s, they used to have cattle out there, in fact. They purchased the property, they moved in, as Audrey mentioned, when it was January 2016, they started having pigs there that spring, April or May of 2016, and the Ripley County zoning ordinance was enacted in September of 2016. And that's highlighted in Tad's original packet from last month. So my first request really is procedurally, and Tad is not here, and I don't want to put words in his mouth. His report did highlight the dates. And so I'd first ask the BZA to confirm his decision or confirm his highlights. I don't even want to call it a decision, but confirm that this is a legal non-conforming use under Indiana law and under the county ordinance. So really doesn't require a special exception or a variance from the surface water setback. So that's what sets her property apart, because it has been in operation since before the ordinance was passed.
I'm trying to find that highlighted.
This was the letter, I think, it's in his
Which one is it?
September the 6th, it's the Audrey Fuller packet. Got two. It's the one for
I've got an
The
extra.
setback or the?
setback, is what,
So it's this one.
it's dated from September 6th, of 2016.
Yes, so that's the, I think that's, Tad included that as when the ordinance was passed or enacted by the area.
That's when they changed it back to, they changed it to 100 feet.
Exactly.
I don't have that. Let me see it.
I've got another copy if you'd like to.
Maybe I didn't.
This is, it's sort of highlighted too. They actually received a permit from the county in 2018 to do some renovations on like the roof of that structure, and the county granted them the permit right away. So,
This is plain.
How many hogs will be in the second location then?
Audrey's will have 550 nursery pigs. Jeff's would have separately 550 market pigs. Yes. So she'll have, at the existing one, would have 550, which puts that property as technically an AFO, but not a confined feeding operation, if that makes sense.
So you're asking us to what,
Okay.
do what now?
Yes, yeah.
That
So
one more time.
in a normal world, and you guys have been dealing with, and I appreciate Vicky's help getting me here tonight and giving us some instructions, but in a normal world, if anybody, if Tad were here and he did make a decision, right, the BZA can hear challenges of the director's decisions. So in a normal world, if he was here and he said, yes, I think this is a legal non-conforming use, I would ask the BZA, knowing that I think there are some folks here who may disagree, I would ask the BZA to affirm that decision. That would be my first request, is that the BZA affirm a decision by the planning director deciding that this is a legal non-conforming use. We're in a bit of a pickle because Tad is not here. He does not have a report that says it's a legal non-conforming use. But I want to make sure the record is clear. I believe under Indiana state law and under the county ordinance, this property is a legal agricultural non-conforming use, and the county cannot terminate it, require a...
You're talking about Audrey.
Audrey's, yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
all
I
of this is,
get
nope.
this. Okay.
I should have a hat
I
with an
guess
A.
my question is why are there two separate ones? Why, I mean, because I realize anything over 600 on the property would require it to be a AFO, right?
If this was all together, and if it was all on one property, under the Ripley County zoning ordinance, it would be considered a CFO. Now, I would still argue that it's grandfathered in, legal non-conforming use, but that would push it into a different setbacks for a CFO rather than an AFO. And so IDEM has different rules too for AFOs and CFOs. That's why IDEM was out there just last week again, and you've got that letter at the end of your binder saying, no, these are two separate operations. She has an operation, he has an operation. IDEM looked at it, and they have determined they are two separate. They are going to look at them separately. And so I guess that's a long-winded explanation.
I'm just trying to get this.
Yeah, yep, I'm with you. And so that's, it's a little bit of we don't have Tad here, and so I don't want to put words in his mouth. I can see what he highlighted. I can read you the dates and tell you the dates. And normally, if someone was challenging the executive director's decision, I would ask you to affirm that decision. So take that and put that on a shelf for a moment, because I do want to point out still that even if it was not a legal non-conforming use, even under the state law or under the local zoning ordinance, I believe Audrey's property still meets the requirements for the special exception. We've all talked about that. I don't want to beat a dead horse. You've got separate findings for her in your binder. But she also meets the requirements for a variance. And I think that's really important too, because Ripley County actually has a greater setback from surface water than the state does for operations like this. So the state provides for a solid manure project like this, 100-foot setback to a surface water like a creek. We're about 112 feet, so we meet the state requirements. But in Ripley County, AFOs are required to be 300 feet, 3 times IDEM from surface water. So that's the variance if we were not a legal nonconforming use that we'd be asking you to grant here tonight. So we look at slightly different elements for a variance. That's under tab 16, zoning ordinance 80.40. And there are 6 elements for this. First of all, will not be injurious, this is a repeat of the special exception, will not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community. Well, there's been a livestock barn there for, 60, 50 years. So the area is agriculture. There is no runoff. There are filter strips in place. It has been there for decades. So that first element is met. Use and value, element 2, use and value of the adjacent area will not be affected in a substantially adverse manner. Again, it has existed for years, so it will not create an adverse impact on the properties around it. Again, this is A2 zoning where at least one of the properties has signed this ag restrictive covenant. Here's where it gets a little different for variance compared to a special exception. Element 3, that strict application of the zoning code would result in practical difficulties in the use of the property. So practical difficulties. That means that it would be difficult to use the property. Not that it would be impossible, not that it would be a hardship. Indiana code gives counties the ability to impose a higher standard for this element. Ripley County has chosen not to. So we use that practical difficulties standard. Again, if the strict application, that 300-foot surface water setback were to be applied, this historic livestock barn would have to be essentially abandoned, demolished, torn down, would become unusable. Again, the county did grant a permit to update the roof on this building in 2018. So the county, some level of the county has been aware of this building, right? So strict application would certainly result in practical difficulties. Number 4, there are exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions applicable to the property or to the intended use that do not apply generally to the other property or class of uses in the same vicinity and district. This property is special. In other words, this property is special because the livestock barn predates the zoning ordinance, right? So it would cause these practical difficulties. And this is an impact that would hurt this property, but maybe not other properties in the area, right? If somebody on a blank piece of property came in and said, I'd like to build a livestock barn, they don't have the same problems that this property has due to its historic nature. That's what that element's getting at. The variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right. Sort of this, getting at the same issue, this is a historical use. I keep coming back to that because it's really important we talk about property rights, private property rights, that the government can't take away a use that you've had and you've been relying on. And then number 6, the variance will not alter the land use characteristics of the area or increase road congestion. Certainly won't increase road congestion. I think the estimate is they'd have about 1 truck every 12 weeks for the nursery pigs. And it won't alter the land use characteristics. This is an agricultural area anticipated by the county in the most recent comp plan to stay agricultural, and it has been a home for livestock in the past. So those are the elements for a variance under the Ripley County zoning ordinance. The property, the use meets all of those. So first and foremost, I think it is a legal nonconforming use, but even if it wasn't, we meet all the requirements for the variance, for the setback to the surface waters, and for the special exception to operate the AFO.
Any questions?
These 2 properties have been separated and ran independently since?
We have separated them recently. So you should have the drawing that shows the property carve-up, but they are, I mean, the recorder's office, they are 2 separate properties owned by 2 separate people.
Any more questions?
I will sit down. If you don't have any questions, I'll let everyone else talk, and then if I could have a few minutes for rebuttal at the end. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will close it to
Oh, not close it, just open it to public comment.
open to public comment. You're up. State your name first, please, for the record.
Hi, my name is Angie Potter. Could I give you some information? Okay.
I don't have enough up here.
This is a petition of signatures, and many are in attendance tonight. Here's the letter I'm going to read. Tad did not have a hoop barn on file on this site. Did he give you this?
We got that picture, yeah.
Okay, do you have this picture? There's a hoop barn that Tad said he wasn't aware of because he hasn't visited the site. Do you already have this one?
Yes, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
And do you have the IDEM report with Mr. Fuller's 10 responses?
I got.
Because Tad said he didn't yet as of Friday and was going to go to the health department to find that.
IDM here.
Is that in the binding?
Probably not. I don't
The
know.
IDEM report,
It's at the health department. It was
Tad
forwarded
said-
to them, and Tad said he was gonna look for it Friday.
So you should have the IDEM report from last week indicating that they are not, the farm is not big enough for them to regulate. I don't know if that's...
That's May 28th.
Yes.
This is the IDEM report, and then his 10 responses that he's gonna
Oh, I
be
do have
operating
that.
it.
I think.
Is that the April 13th?
I'll just give you this.
Yeah, lay it there if you don't
Because you
care.
can see if it's different, but you have these two. And these are some
Yeah.
pictures I'm gonna talk about.
Is that the April 13th? I'm just trying, is that the April 13th IDEM report?
Yeah. April 13th, 2026.
Okay, thank you, yeah, and I've got extra copies of that. It should be in your binder, but I have extra copies.
you know, Tab,
I'll look.
Go ahead. you
Okay. I just want to thank the community who's come this evening. If you could raise your hand if you've already signed the petition or are here in opposition. Everybody raise your hand. So I just want to show you that. My name is Angie Potter. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband Rob as well, who couldn't be here due to work obligations. I have a lot to say, but I think we represent a lot of the community, and I think you need to understand what's been going on and things. I am writing to express our strong opposition to the current pig operations and/or continued expansion at the Fuller Farm. As residents of Ripley County, we are deeply concerned about the negative impacts this operation has and will continue to have on our environment, public health, property values, and overall quality of life. Our property is across the road from the Fullers. Our home and many other homes in the community were already established before the Fullers moved into the area and started their pig farm. We would like to take a few minutes to update the board and community members of what has happened since last fall. In the fall of 2025, we were in conversations with the Fullers about their pig farm. Jeff stated to us at that time that his plan was to have 2,400 pigs within a 5-year period. He wanted to expand his current pig farm. I'm not sure how many pigs were on his farm at that time. If he had beyond 150 pigs at that time, the county did not have permits on file. At that time, he told us that he was seeking board approval for his expansion. He was planning to get his whole pig operation approved at that time. The Board of Zoning Appeals public hearing notice letter stated that he was requesting a confined feeding operation and a variance from the required setback of 1,320 feet. That's for like the CFOs. Just so everyone in attendance knows, there is no location on the property that would be 1,320 feet from all neighbors. We were and are still concerned about the proximity of this operation so close to our home and other surrounding properties as well. Many pig farms of this size are usually built on large farms with hundreds or even thousands of acres. The Fuller Farm was approximately 47.3 acres at that time. Jeff also informed us that he planned to compile the manure in a building on his property and spread it once a year onto crop fields that he rents. This building for manure storage is also very close to the creek that floods many times throughout the year. Is this building allowed to be this close to the creek or even have pigs or any other animals in it at all? This is a serious environmental concern. The accumulation of manure throughout the year brings another added smell to our community. And this is kind of off my letter, but I'm not sure about the building she's talking to in relation to animals in them, but I know that building that has pigs in it, based on the IDEM report and the hoop barn, are newer than, 60 years old. I have some information on that as well. In the fall, Jeff also told us he had been collecting data surrounding his pig farm to determine whether it smells or not from certain locations at his farm. When discussing this data with us, he said based on the small percentage, we should only be able to smell the hogs about 5 days a year. This data is not accurate at all because it is based on his opinion alone and does not live at our residence. Our family can smell it several days a week at our home. While some days aren't as bad due to temperatures and wind, many days the smell can be very alarming and we don't like to be outside. Many days my children do not like to play outside due to the smell, and our family abstains from certain outdoor activities. The pigs are already impacting our family and our nearby neighbors. It has created a lot of stress too and affected our quality of life. We can't always do the things we want to do outside. We can't always have our windows open in our home. I'm concerned about the long-term health effects to our family or neighbors in 5 or 10 years from now. Another pig building within about 300 feet or less of our property would make living conditions unbearable and unhealthy. It would be closer to our home than any other home that is currently affected now by, distance of my house, not property. There has been an increase in noise nuisance since the pig farm began. I recorded a 40-second video on September 25th at 7:30 p.m. This was back in the fall when, they were wanting the request. To count the number of pig squeals and banging sound we hear on the feeders. In this short amount of time of only 46 seconds, we heard approximately 6 squeals and 9 bangs of the feeder. The banging sound is similar to the banging of a metal pot with a spoon, and I know several neighbors have commented on that in talking with them. I estimate that distance to be about 1,000 feet from the pig barn. I can't imagine this sound being magnified for the number of pigs the Fullers are wanting to have in the future or even closer to our home. The new projected site might be even less than 300 feet from us. I do not know the exact measurements since the building hasn't been constructed yet. We are also concerned with the increase in traffic on our roads with heavy trucks making deliveries to the farm, tractors with manure loads, and semis transporting pigs and other products for the farm. Currently, the east side of 750 has some spots that are impassable with cars. There are several drop-off spots that have no room on the side to pull over for large trucks. Part of the road is even breaking off with a drop-off ditch below it. I have some pictures there. There's a couple spots. There are also some blind spots on 750 that can be very dangerous, meeting trucks of larger size over hills. We often see trucks, machinery coming and going out of the farm. I have some pictures of how the chip and sealed road at the Fuller farm has several spots that are damaged by traffic to and from the farm. Also, there are often ruts put into the neighbor's yard. We also seen trucks pull in or back out of our neighbor's driveway. And I have some pictures there, and there's actually a large truck, I believe it was Friday. I'd have to look on my record of the phone of the picture dates, but my daughter couldn't pull down the road. She had to go around the block because the truck was having trouble turning off of 750 as well. So we see that happening quite a bit. After many concerns about the pig farm expansion, we reached out for more information from the Ripley County Zoning Office. They informed us that a petition could be signed and brought forth to the board. We were able to go around the community last fall to inform neighbors of the pig farm expansion and to have community members sign a petition. At that time, we had at least 63 names on our petition. I do have that petition from the fall, but I know that may be irrelevant due to this new one. So if you want that, I can give you that. These names were mostly from people who live or own property in close proximity to the farm. There were several people in the community who expressed concerns to me that they felt pressure from Jeff to sign his paper agreeing to the expansion. Many of the residents were not well informed of his intention, and the information was not clear at that time. Many people were planning to attend the meeting in the fall. They withdrew their application to the zoning board with opposition from adjoining landowners who were not in favor of the expansion. So once again, that goes back to the 1,320 feet setback. So now going to March 28th, we talked again with Jeff. We asked about the new construction site we saw at his house. He told us he was putting up another building for pigs. We asked how he could do this without approval, and he told us they split the deed on their farm to basically work around it. He now owns 9 acres while Audrey owns 38.3. He said he had to go this route now by splitting the deed. We expressed that rules and regulations are put in place for reasons and did not agree with the way they were trying to go around the rules. I was able to file complaints with the area building and planning office on April 8th in regards to the pig farm. I found out that they did not have any permits on file with the county to exceed 150 pigs. Tad Brinson did tell me he planned to make a visit to the farm to check on things. He also told me he would call me back. I did not receive a call back, so I called in a few days to check on the visit. Tad said he did not go to the farm because Jeff came into the office. He told Jeff he could submit requests to the zoning board. He also told me he requested an IDEM report. I expressed concerns that no one from the county office had visited their farm to see if all rules and regulations were being followed. I was able to speak to Diana Toth from IDEM in regards to the Fuller Farm, and she's on that report I just gave you. She had prepared a report and did state that Mr. Fuller told her he had 439 hogs in the existing barn and hoop-style structures. So there's 2 barn and hoop-style buildings that they're using that is very close to the creek. From the looks of the pictures, it appears that the hogs are in the barn that is very close to the creek. I asked her why measurements from waterways and properties were not included in the report, and she said they are not currently regulating the Fuller Farm, that would be due to the size yet, and the county handles required setbacks. I did tell her that to my knowledge, no one from the county has visited to check regulations. She mentioned several times in our conversation that these setbacks and zoning rules are managed by the county. In opposition to the current pig operation and future expansion, we once again started to get information out to the community and get petitions signed. Numerous people in the community were very appreciative to receive information about the meeting and quickly wanted to sign the petitions. Many residents complained of the smell, the noise from the feeders, how they have noticed more traffic, concerns of their property value, concerns for their wells, because we have a lot of people in the neighborhood that are still have wells in our area. Concerns for their health. They were concerned for the continued expansion of the farm. One particular family even told me they moved out here in the country to get away from a pig farm, and now they are dealing with it again. We have collected a total of 68 signatures so far this spring. We could have collected more, but we tried to reach out to the people who live the closest nearby. After researching information, I would now read about other environmental, health, air quality, property value, and quality of life concerns. Environmental. Pig feeding operations pose significant risk to our local environment. The waste generated by this large number of pigs can contaminate the groundwater, wells, streams, creeks, and soil. A pig typically generates over 1 ton of manure a year. The Fullers are wanting 2 of these buildings, which could house 599 pigs, according to an AFO. On what an AFO's definition is. The risk of manure spills, runoff during heavy rains or flooding, and airborne pollutants such as ammonia and hydrogen sulfide threatens our county's natural resources and rural character. There would most likely be an increase in flies, mice, and rats near their location too. Public health and air quality. Near a pig farm of this size, there are an increase of respiratory problems such as asthma, bronchitis, chronic cough or wheezing, headaches, fatigue, stress from persistent odors, and air quality issues. Stress from reduced property and bacteria being spread via air, water, or contaminated dust. The odors alone can make daily life unbearable for nearby residents. There are also, this is the concern, many people told me about their wells in the neighborhood. Impact on property values. Proximity to large feeding operations leads to decreased property values. This affects not only individual landowners, but the long-term economic viability of our entire community. Future homeowners will not want to live in our area. Current property owners may have a difficult time selling their land when a pig farm of this size is in operation. And the last one, quality of life. The presence of such an operation would diminish the rural charm and livability of our area. Noise, odor, truck traffic, health concerns, and round-the-clock activity are incompatible with the well-being of nearby residents and the character of our countryside. Many people cannot enjoy their time outside when the smells are so bad. I know I have said a lot this evening, but I want the board to really listen to these important points. Number one, currently the Fullers are operating a pig farm that has not been approved by the county and is over the county guidelines of 150 pigs. Number two, currently the pig farm operation is in violation of the required setback of 300 feet. Number three, there is nowhere on the farm that meets the 1,320 feet setback required to expand the pig farm operation, basically to go beyond one AFO. After reviewing the item report, number four, after reviewing the item report, Mr. Fuller listed that he will be the one responsible for the day-to-day operations of the farm. The board and community needs to know this is not two separate farms, but instead it is simply another deed. The deed was split into two parts to try and work around the rules and regulations. Number five, it is the county's duty and obligation to uphold rules and regulations by the county, even if IDEM has visited their facilities. As mentioned by Diana Toth, IDEM is currently not regulating their farm. She told me many of the required setbacks are handled by the county. You must carefully look at our county's guideline. It is your job to think about the surrounding community and residents as well. And here are questions for the board. In the image that Mr. Brinson had on file, there is no hoop building on it. The image on the file is outdated and doesn't even include the Fuller's current hoop building. It appears that is also in violation of a waterway by looking on Google Earth. I was able to check on the site and it appears to be under 300 feet, but I don't really know where you measure from. That's why I was trying to talk with Tad, but I know he retired. And it's also it's under 300 feet of the smaller stream that feeds into Ripley County and Ripley Creek as well. Who will be checking these measurements? Number two, has anyone from the county been to the property to inspect the current pig farm operations? I spoke to Mr. Brinson on the afternoon of May 29th just to double check, and he still had not visited the farm. And he also told me he didn't have the IDEM report yet, and I said, well, it's at the county, it's at the health department, you need to go ask them. Number three, if the manure storage building required setbacks are not currently in the official zoning rules or regulations, can it be added? Number four, could you carefully read over the responses Mr. Fuller gave IDEM on the paper I gave you? His responses are very vague in information, and he will be operating the farm. It is not two separate operations. Number five, in the image for the future AFO expansion, is anyone actually looking into the distance of the pond to the AFO or neighboring properties? It may very well be under 300 feet as well. How do we know for certain the Fullers are going to follow the rules and regulations on this construction site, since Mr. Brinson had not even visited the site yet? In the area zoning code documents listed online, page 81, item 57J, it states that the waste handling guidelines for AFO and CFO shall be required by the board concerning methods of water handling and disposal guidelines. Mr. Fuller's IDEM response states that the manure will be stored as needed in a covered area. Doesn't he need specific information for the board? Number five, wouldn't you have concerns for your family's health, quality of life, and property value if you lived as close to this operation and a projected expansion as we do? We urge the board to consider these serious concerns and to deny the request for the current AFO in operation, the request for the variance setback from 300 feet to 112, and the request for another AFO on the 9 acres of land. Our community deserves sustainable agricultural practices that respect both the environment and the rights of residents. Thank you for your time, consideration, and dedication to preserving the health and well-being of all Ripley County residents. Sincerely, Rob and Angie Potter. And I do have that other petition, but that was from the fall, but it's probably irrelevant, and maybe a lot of the same names would be on there, but I went around and got another one since it's new, what do you call it? Petitions for the board or whatever, yeah.
So this is your new.
Yes. And many of those people are here in attendance this evening.
Okay.
And they all live basically around the block, you know, around our home.
Mm-hmm. You got any questions? Board got any questions for her? Yeah. Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else want to say something?
Good evening. My name is Justin Meredith. I'm an attorney. I represent Jerry Voles, one of the adjoining property owners this evening. So my comments will be on his behalf. One thing I think that's important to clarify here related to IDEM is that IDEM simply said that it's on the county's jurisdiction to make these setback requirements, make a determination of that. That's simply all they did was push it back to the county to make determination on these points. And I want to make that point clear before we kind of dive into the rest of this. With these three petitions, I am glad that we ended up conjoining them together to kind of look at them all as one operation, which is exactly what's going on here. With these three petitions, it's kind of an attempt to separate out pieces of the puzzle so you can't see the full picture related to the 1,100 pig farm or 1,100 hog operation that's going to be taking place on this site. And kind of going on to that point in terms of the operation itself and being one conjoined operation, this attempt to split the properties into two deeds was not completed until after the denial was put in place related to, I want to say the AFO. I want to make sure I get my terminology right here. Or in terms of the CFO.
CFO, yes.
That deed split didn't take place almost immediately after that. And with that, I think it's important to also note that this is one operation. As mentioned earlier in terms of Mr. Fuller's answer to the questions by IDEM, he did say that he's the one that's going to be running both operations on both those parcels of land. He said the water is going to come from the same operation or the same source, even though it might be metered separately. In addition tonight, I think it's important to note the verbiage and language that's been used throughout all three of these petitions. The verbiage and language hasn't been, Mr. Fuller and Mrs. Fuller's. It's been we. It's been our operation. It's been our farm. We've been running this operation since 2016. We have had these hogs. I think that verbiage is important to note because, if we're going to make the argument that these are two independent operations, it seems weird to come up here and say we the whole time. Additionally, on the email responses that were submitted to the board earlier, Mr. Fuller did sign off and answer questions about both parcels of land as the owner of RODOG, which is one conjoined operation here as well. I'll say with this, another thing to take into consideration that we'd ask the court to consider, the board to consider is related to not only the water that's being conjoined and used together, but also in terms of the overall operation. We're running the same driveways, we're having the same trucks come to both properties, same contracts going on. In addition to that, it's all going to be the same resources using both these operations. And I think that's just important for the board to know when making this determination on what setback line we're talking about. The board ultimately can make the determination that this is an 1,100 pig operation and that setback is that 1260 setback, not the grandfathered in one, not the one where Mr. Fuller's deeded property is separate and not going to be taken into account the same way. The board does have the authority to make that determination. In terms of the criteria, the board has when looking at this, when we kind of go through those 5 factors that were mentioned earlier related to public health, I don't want to belittle this just because points have been made in length already related to this, but there are a lot of public health, safety, welfare, things to take into consideration whenever there is a pig farming operation taking place and that operation is expanding. And again, this is one operation expanding, whether it's that runoff with creeks, whether it's the air particle pollution that's taking place. Any of these already previously mentioned factors need to be taken into consideration for all 3 of these petitions. Further, in terms of the neighboring property values, you've already heard about some of the research that's done on that and how pig farm operations do have that negative impact on adjoining or very close properties, as well as when they continue to expand, it can continue to be detrimental related to those. And based on the petition presented with the various signatures from the majority of neighbors, I think that's important to take into consideration as well. The impact it's not just going to have on the farm itself, but the surrounding area and that impact on the individual families and residencies around the area, not just the agricultural aspect of it. And that kind of goes into the third part related to the disruption of future development. That's not just for agriculture. Let's also to take into consideration those residencies, that growing community with more individuals, more families, and the impact it'll have on those. As previously attested to as well, it gets a little worrisome on this point as well of is this operation going to stop at 1,100 hogs? If all the board determines is that it takes a simple deed split and a new name on it to continue to grow an operation, I mean, they said they have kids. All it takes is putting some kids when they turn 18-year-olds on the property or on a new deed. And this operation can continue to grow indefinitely without those setback requirements by finding loopholes to get around it. In terms of the adequate infrastructure existing, we're not there right now. And if we want to look at the 300-foot water setback, that barn's not in compliance with that, and so that right there immediately is inadequate infrastructure related to this. Additionally, that barn that we're attempting to make the argument against grandfathering in was not for hogs originally. That was not what it was originally used for. It was for cattle, which is an entirely different operation and needs to be looked at separately for that. In terms of the traffic access, it's kind of been talked about already. The detrimental road conditions as well as the increase in hogs is going to have increased traffic, heavy truck traffic that can also create those unsafe manners for individuals that aren't a part of this operation or are a part of this operation coming in and out of the farm or the road or the surrounding areas. One thing also I want to note in terms of the hog barn that is close to that waterway, that is it's an attempt to get a variance for something that's been a self-created hardship. The Fullers put their hogs in that barn that was by the waterway. They could have built a new structure that was in compliance, and they chose to create that hardship themselves. And these special variances are meant to alleviate those hardships, but not to reward people for self-created hardships. And that's something important to take into consideration on that as well. All in all, I am glad, and again, the board did consider all three of these petitions together because they are obviously one joint operation and they do have different parts that coincide with each other. And with that, we'd be asking for the denial of all three of these petitions. The first special exception, due to Mr. Fuller not only running both these operations and it being the 1,100 hog count, but also I think one thing the IDEM report I will just want to mention briefly does note is that Mr. Fuller had already started the construction on this new building without any permits, without any special zoning permissions already. He had put down the gravel, he had brought in the materials, there were already construction equipment there beginning this proceeding. In terms of the next variance, as I mentioned previously, the hardship is self-created. The whole purpose of this 300-foot setback from waterways is for the environmental impact that it has. I mean, hog runoff getting in waters is a pollutant and is contamination. And so with that, that is a major thing for this board to consider related to that setback. And then for the last one with the special exceptions for the continued operation, that is already in violation. It's over the 150. There were no permits put in previously to allow that operation to take place. And so for that one, we would also ask for the denial of this. And one thing as well, according to the Ripley County zoning code, the board is allowed to not vote on something until there's been substantial effort made to come into compliance with what the board needs to be done here. And so I think that's one thing to take into consideration for all three of these as well, that it's almost a situation of asking forgiveness, not permission, where there haven't really been any attempts to come into compliance. It's just been an attempt to circumnavigate the rules themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
What was your last name?
Meredith.
Meredith?
M-E-R-E-D-I-T-H.
Okay.
Thank you.
We got one more, somebody had their hand up, come on up here.
My name is Denise Burdette. I live up the road on the same side, but a couple properties over. Where the waterway is, on the one side there you have city water. On our side, we don't. we have our well water. So it's just been a really big concern of mine. And if it's okay, if I kind of just show you some pictures of how bad it floods. I'm not sure if you've had anything like that already, maybe you do, but I just wanted to make sure you had it. And the one with the sign just happened right before the last meeting. So that's a really big concern for us, for our property values, for our health and safety, that's properly regulated. And then we do have some same concerns we reiterated already with the road down there with lots of blind spots. And the other safety concerns, we do hear the noise, we have smelled it, but I just wanted to offer that and not repeat everything else that's been said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You got any questions about any of these? Okay. I guess you're next.
Yep, sorry to jump the gun
you're
there.
fine.
Probably disappointed another person stand up here,
That's all right.
let alone an attorney, Mr. Crabtree. My name, for those of you that don't know me, my name's Blaine Timonera. I'm an attorney in Batesville, grew up there on Pullman Street. I'm here on behalf of John Probst. He is a resident at 5746 East County Road 800. For reference, if you're looking at a picture of the property or the parcels, his property abuts the northeast corner of Miss Fuller's parcel. I think there's been a lot of discussion about historical references here tonight, and I think context is relevant because, as Mr. Fuller indicated to you all, it's only been in the last 3 years that this farm has shifted to those pig operations. My understanding from Mr. Probst is that historically this has been a cattle farm, and so I think that distinction is relevant and pertinent to the background in this case. All of these residents that are here tonight moved to those parcels when this farm was a cattle farm. There's been a categorical change to the nature of what operations are conducting next door to them. That is relevant to this board. And so I understand that this is agricultural. I understand that these folks live out in the country, but if you look at the orient of the area, these are 10-acre parcels, give or take, some smaller, some larger, but this is predominantly a residential area around where this operation is. And so I know there's a Right to Farm Act. Ms. Schrader brought that up earlier. My understanding of the Right to Farm Act, and Mr. Earl can advise you as your attorney, is that prohibits restrictions on, it basically codifies coming to the nuisance. You can't go build your house next to a farm and then complain that it's a nuisance, right? I mean, that's common sense. And so in assessing this, I think the special exception process, anytime I go through one of these, whether it's on behalf of a client or one of the municipalities that I work with, I think that it's important to understand the burden of proof when you go into these. As we sit here, we're not all on even keel. The county's made a determination that you cannot put these kind of operations in by right. You have to come in and prove to us these 5 factors and these 5 elements. And so it's important to understand that if these folks don't meet that burden and rebut those 5 factors, the presumption goes to the neighbors. I think that's an important, relevant factor to be considerate of as you evaluate the evidence and the information that you've been presented today. And so unless they defeat every single one of those, it's improper to issue that special exception, is my understanding. Again, Mr. Ertle's your attorney. He can advise you on that standard. And so I know Mr. Earle's made reference in previous matters. Ultimately, if this decision gets reviewed, it's an abuse of discretion standard. Your obligation is simply to find some factors that support your findings. And so it's a discretionary determination for you all in assessing the evidence. You just have to have some basis for your decision. And that's an important, relevant factor as well as you go through this process. Typically, as I mentioned, when I go through a special exemption request like this, a lot of it's based on speculation, right? This is somebody who comes in and asks for permission to do something. As Mr. Meredith pointed out, this isn't that case. This is coming in and asking for forgiveness to then get the permission to do the non-compliant thing we're already doing. And so I think in evaluating those 5 factors, I don't think you need to speculate as to the outcomes of this. You can listen to the 20-some-odd people that signed that petition. You can listen to Mr. Probst, you can listen to the Voltzes, and they can tell you exactly how that operation is affecting their property today. This isn't speculation. These are folks coming here in fact to deliver to you what their experience has been, and you've heard it tonight. And so I think that's what makes this unique. I understand that IDEM's investigated. There's already, I think in April, the letter indicated like 439, 440 hogs, something like that on the process. And again, these folks, they don't have to speculate as to how that's going to impact them. They do not have to speculate that. They can verbalize that here to you today. Mr. Probst, I can have him come up and tell you, but he can tell you about the noxious odors and the strong smell that he's endured at his property. And it's only going to get increased when the size of this operation more than doubles to what's currently there. And so I understand there's a acceptable, like normal odors, that is codified within the code, that normal odors are acceptable, normal noises with feeding operations is acceptable. But I don't think it's normal when you have this amount of people in a room to tell you that what they're enduring is insufferable. That's not normal, right? It's not normal for Mr. Probst to be puking at his residence because of the noxious odor to the point that he feels like he needs to call 911 because he's suffering so bad and he's that concerned. That's not normal. Those incidences are not normal. I think that Mr. Meredith touched a little bit here on the previous conduct of the Fullers and the cadence. I think that indicates, I think that's been well hit on. This isn't two separate operations, right? This is an effort to circumvent IDEM requirements for CFOs. IDEM says if you have two separate parcels and as long as there's less than 600 head on each of those parcels, we don't regulate you. The county has the discretion to say, we appreciate your thoughts and regulations, IDEM, but we, under our home rule and our abilities here, we can view that how we want to. And again, Mr. Ertl can advise you on that, but how this county views this operation can be different than IDEM. You don't have to accept the IDEM regulation and determination levels. And so for all intents and purposes, call this an AFO, call this a CFO, whatever you want, I think it rises above the level of what's permissible. And so I know in part of the paperwork that might have been submitted to you, there's some responses from the Fullers to IDEM. Again, Mr. Fuller indicates he manages and runs everything. Uniquely enough, he also indicates that these two entities are pass-through entities. And so it's important to note a pass-through entity means that all the income from each of these operations is attributable to the individual who owns the business. Mr. Fuller and Mrs. Fuller are married people. All the income from both of these operations is going into the same household, into the same tax return. This is a walk like a duck, talks like a duck. This thing's a duck. This is one operation. That's been hammered and hit on a number of times. And I would echo Mr. Meredith's encouragement here to view this not as two separate operations to try to circumvent the situation at hand to bring this thing into compliance, but to view this as a truly what it is, a confined feeding operation of 1,100 head of hog. As far as the design and as I understand how this property is going to operate, I understand these are hoop-style buildings. I understand there's a low cost of entry, and I understand the incentives for what the Fullers are trying to do. I do. One thing with these hoop-style buildings, you all are educated enough to know there's no deep pit on this. The bedding, the manure from these animals is all laying on a concrete basin, right? To the point that, as I see in the pictures, there's not ends on these buildings. If there is a high rain event, the runoff can pass through these buildings and create runoff. I know IDEM indicated they didn't have runoff concerns, but just the design of the buildings creates that inherent risk when you don't have a confined deep pit for this manure to fall into. And I know those things are nasty. I washed hog buildings when I was in high school for Miller's Power Wash. I wore the hazmat suits and nobody wanted to sit next to me at school. I understand this stuff's nasty stuff. But I think the deep pit, I think that the dry manure method also adds organic material, and so inherently you're going to have more manure production than what you would in just a simple deep well pit, because you're adding straw, you're adding all this organic material into the manure to soak up and dry out that manure. And so inherently, there's going to be more manure produced on this farm than there would be in just a standard deep pit operation. That inherently carries risk with it. One thing I do want to note, to some extent, I appreciate Ms. Schrader's point with the special exception and the non-conforming use requirement. There is codification in state law. She did accurately represent that. She accurately represented the county's obligation. But I would say that I disagree with her take as far as that this is an existing non-conforming use. It doesn't have to go through that process. If you don't want to hear my lengthy, I deal with this a lot, right, in city regulation, but there's a lot of case law, and again, Mr. Earl can advise you on this, but existing non-conforming uses apply to the use that's in place at the time of the regulation. Again, this is where the cattle operation differs from a pig operation, because existing non-conforming uses need to stay, as I understand it, there's case law out there that says it needs to stay the same in type of use, scope of use, and scale of use. You can expand it through the existing building, but you cannot add new buildings, you cannot add more animals, you cannot expand the footprint of your operations. All of those things do not qualify under non-conforming existing uses. And so I think that's a relevant, important point for this board before they determine to make a determination, or they decide to make a determination on Mr. Brenson's finding. As far as those 5 factors, I think there's been plenty enough information here to show that they cannot rebut certainly the first 2, if not the first 3 of those factors. There's a danger to public health here. That's why we're asking for a variance, right? They're in contravention on Audrey Fuller's property of a waterway issue that the county clearly says this is a problem for us. With respect to the injurious to the use or enjoyment of public use, you've heard from the number of people that are here. Undoubtedly, I've heard nobody say that these folks' properties values are going up because this thing's going in, or that they will continue to stay at the same level of increase or valuation. Again, the presumption here is that the property values will go down, and I think you all can apply your common sense to that you're not moving next to something like this. As far as impeding the development and improvement of surrounding properties for the permitted uses, I don't know how much vacant property there is out there, but undoubtedly it's going to change the residential orient of this area. This is all going to have to turn in and divert from the current uses that are out there. And so, again, members of the board, I would encourage you to deny all 3 of these requests. A lot of the information I've explained also applies and is relevant to the factors related to Ms. Fuller's variance request, and so I would request that you deny their request here tonight. Thank you.
Got any questions for him?
I'm sorry, I have just one quick sentence because I know it's getting late. There's 3 houses.
Will you state your name for us?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Shannon Hankins. There's 3 houses and we live between 2 creeks, and the one gal touched on that. They will not run city water to our houses. If this farm and this overrun goes into our wells, what are we going to drink? How are we going to shower? Are we going to go to work smelling like pig crap? And is he going to pay to have the water line drain to our house? And then is he going to pay for our water bill every month? So, thank you.
All right.
Before you guys close, my name's Tanner Rourke. Just take just a brief minute. I don't have anything prepared, but there's been a lot said in opposition this evening, so I wanted to be a voice of support. I think it's been mentioned tonight numerous times about Ripley County's comprehensive plan, their forward stance on agriculture. Both Mr. Full and I went to high school together. We attended Purdue together. I studied agriculture there. Jeff ended up back on the farm before I did. I followed suit a few years later, leaving the commercial ag industry to come home and take a chance at the American dream. And that's to be a farmer, and to tend the land, to care for livestock, to raise your family with values that many people in this room grew up with. The things that matter: stewardship, conservation, doing things the right way. That's our attitude. That's our goal. The goal's not damage. The goal is to provide life for livestock, life for a family. Choices have to be made tonight that reflect the values that we were raised with. And I think that's important to remember. There's been much said tonight about smell and odor. And you know what? Pig shit stinks. If you get it rubbed under your nose, it kind of stinks. You know what really stinks? Not having food to eat. I would argue that many people in opposition to the odor in this room have enjoyed pork at least once in the last week, if not week, 30 days. I don't know how many people we have in here that abstain from that. Indiana's number one food, what is a fried pork tenderloin sandwich, right? That's what we're known for. We love them. We have to protect this, guys. It means more, and I understand and I acknowledge the concerns of the people in this room. I have neighbors, I farm, I raise cattle, I spread manure. But I will tell you, I am utterly terrified sitting in this room at the possibility of spending my life waiting for an opportunity to farm, to provide my family the lifestyle that they want, to live in the country, to do the things that we feel like God put us on this earth to do, that nobody else wants to do, mind you, because it's hard work. And I am terrified at the possibility that an army of half-informed, ill-informed, uneducated, opinionated people might allow their opinions to sway what is otherwise should be an objective decision. And those weren't insults. They were simply adjectives. Because I'm also uneducated. I'm also ignorant of many things. But it takes humility and honesty and honestly just abject, prostrate, freaking giving it your all to be able to do what Mr. Fuller and his wife do. And I think that we should be in support of that, regardless of opinion. Gentlemen, you guys have got the facts. I'll leave you with the facts. I think they've done nothing but be transparent and whole and present and ask everything that's been required of them. And I just encourage you guys to look at that information when you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tess White, and in response to that, I have a master's degree, for the record. I live on the property northwest of their property. Well, not their property, Andrea Fuller's property now, technically. And I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, my husband, Timothy White, my mother, who is the property owner, Catherine Kuntz, and my son, Angus. This is the property where I grew up, which my parents bought before I was born and before they moved to this property. My family now, today, is seeking to operate our own farm, by the way, growing a wide variety of produce and raising a modest number of animals. I want to echo the concerns that other community members have brought up, and particularly thank Angie Potter for all the work that she's put into this, and others, certainly. Just so it's very clear, the situation on our property right now, I live on a 40-acre property adjacent to theirs, even on the opposite end of our property from theirs. We frequently smell the noxious odor coming from their property. We frequently hear the disturbing sounds, like far beyond what is normal. Like I said, I grew up here. I'm used to normal animal operation. I'm used to normal farming operation. This is not normal. And when we're at the part of our property that is closest to their farm, it can be unbearable. The smell can be truly unbearable to the point that we feel seriously worried about the health effects of it. I know that health risks have already been mentioned here tonight. I do just want to highlight that there is well-designed scientific studies showing that these kinds of operations are linked to diabetes, cerebrovascular disease, and gastrointestinal illness. I myself have a gastrointestinal disorder and would not like to see that exacerbated by this. Correlations have also been found with a wide range of other things: infant mortality, anemia, asthma, kidney disease, and psychological disorders. Also, for the record, I myself have hopes of, I'm a teacher by training, and I have hopes of operating in educational programs on our property. I do not feel like that would be an option if they expanded. I honestly don't feel like it would be much of an option right now with the number of pigs that they have and the odors and the sounds that we are hearing regularly there. To be direct, I don't see how these requests can even be considered in light of the rules that are in place to protect those of us who are affected by what they're doing, and it's clear, very clear, that those who are affected do not support this. So I'm here tonight to respectfully request that the board deny all three of their applications on the grounds that their application, A, is very potentially harmful to the health of our families, is likely harming the environment in our county, especially considering the proximity to Ripley Creek, is drastically impeding our ability to enjoy our own land. Our walks are shortened, or we go to different places on our land than we want to go because of what they're doing. It is going to probably already and will certainly significantly reduce property values. I have read can be equivalent to having a landfill or a prison nearby. And as you can see, they have evidently been in violation of the rules for quite some time, and the efforts that they've made to divide their property and to make last-minute changes to their applications. This shows desires to find workarounds, loopholes, and to discourage others from voicing their dissent, rather than a good faith attempt to cooperate with their neighbors and respect the rules that are here to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I'm going to hear tonight. I guess everybody's against it, right?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
State your name.
I'm John Probst.
Okay.
I'm the one that called the sheriff. I told him, I'm not coming out my back door and puking my guts out. Now, the wicked crave what is bad, and they show no favor to their neighbor. The righteous man has a concern for the rights of the lowly, but the wicked have no such concern. Gentlemen,
You're talking up here. You're talking up here.
we're all a community together here. It's not just Jeff Fuller here. I have the American dream too, owning my own house, lived there for 30 years. I don't bother nobody. I built, big thing they complain about me is my trees. I plant trees. The tree in front of my house I planted in '97. It's 30 feet tall, oak tree. I'm not leaving my property. You could count on that just because somebody wants $4.3 million so I don't have to smell pug shit. I'm 70, pushing 70 years old, and I ain't moving, boys.
Okay.
I'm here. If you want to force me off my property, you tell me to.
We're not here to do that.
Forgive me, folks. Forgive me.
No?
I'm a wicked person. But I tell you, we're all a community. We're all in this together.
Yes, sir.
He talks about the American dream. He's being a farmer. Let me tell you, there's 4 teachers that live around him. If you call the fire department, the volunteer fire department, they live here. They're your neighbors. You call the EMS, they're your neighbors. Are you going to stand up for your neighbors or not? You got lawyers here. Oh, we're from the state. We got the state board. Hey, I bring 1,000 lawyers into this building, and they all say that there would be a good place for a pig farm right next to you. Wouldn't hurt nothing.
Thank you, sir.
Forgive me.
Thank you.
You want to listen to lawyers from out of the state, Indianapolis, Louisville, or Columbus, Ohio, or Lexington? That's not your community. Your concern is right here today. Forgive me.
Okay, you ready for her rebuttal?
This is one, this is, where's this?
That's the existing.
That's existing there.
That's one he's got down from, that's awful close to that, right? Awful close. I mean,
Okay, you want to rebuttal a little bit?
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're very clear on a couple things here. And I tried to keep my notes organized, multicolored pens. We'll see if it worked or not. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate the public coming out. I don't agree with some of the things that were said, but I do agree that everybody's got the right to come up and say their piece. And so I appreciate you sitting here and letting everybody do that, including me. One of the sort of themes that I heard is that this is skirting the rules. But one thing you did not hear is any citation to any rule anywhere that prohibits this. So this is, in fact, exactly within the rules set forth by the county, set forth by IDEM. You did not hear council say, well, under, 84.72, it says we determine how an operation works based on their water. And so therefore, her operation becomes his. There's a word for that I learned 100 years ago in law school called coverture, where the woman's property is really her husband's, because he managed things for the little lady. We don't live under that system. So you didn't hear a single citation to a case, to a statute, to a zoning ordinance that somehow says, if Jeff helps his wife move water or shovel manure, that it becomes his operation. You did not hear such a citation because one does not exist. She owns the property. IDEM, you've got multiple reports from IDEM not identifying any violations, and instead just last week concluding, yeah, they own two separate properties legally pursuant to the rules. They're two separate properties, period. You didn't hear any other rules that would suggest otherwise. So people may not like the result, but no one identified a rule that was being broken. Speaking of rules, in Mr. Brinson's packet that he provided to you last month, you will see it is not paginated, but there is a page about half of the way through that relates to Ms. Potter, one of the remonstrators here tonight. And it is her survey from when she got her parcel from her family, and it includes an agricultural restrictive covenant. This is important because the owner of this parcel acknowledges, first, this is highlighted by Tad, not by me. First, acknowledges and agrees that this subdivision is in or adjacent to an area zoned for agricultural uses, which uses include, but are not limited to, production of crops, animal husbandry, land application of animal waste, the raising, breeding, and sale of livestock and poultry, including confinement feeding, operational use of farm machinery, and sale of farm products. Second, waives any and all objections to any such agricultural uses on any real estate zoned for such uses within 2 miles of any boundary of this subdivision, whether such uses currently exist, enlarged, or changed in the use in the future to another agricultural use. It's very small, and I don't have my glasses. But, so, that is in the recorded chain of title for Miss Potter's property. That's a rule. That's a law. That's in existence here in the county. The county ordinance itself provides that normal smells and sounds related to the raising of livestock here in the ag-zoned areas are deemed acceptable. This is, frankly, this is a small pig farm. That's what Nyman Ranch does. Most of the farms that I go over, and I don't live here, I go travel the state representing farmers. Most hog barns start at 8,000 pigs with the big, deep liquid manure system. The manure we're talking about here, I heard some of the comments about runoff and flooding. This is covered. It's not open to the elements. It doesn't have rain falling in on it. It's covered. Manure is required to be land applied at an agronomic rate. So you have to test the soil, you test the manure, figure out what crop is going in, what crop was just grown, and then you apply that manure as an organic substitute for commercial fertilizer, thereby reducing reliance on everything from Russia to China to the chemicals that you might apply to your field. Instead, you apply organic hog manure at an agronomic rate set forth by the calculations by Purdue University, the Office of Indiana State Chemist, and the Indiana Department of Environmental Management. So those are matters that have already been handled by the state. The Fuller, Jeff has indicated that's exactly how he's going to apply manure. There's no, frankly, there's no permit he needs from the county to apply manure. Regardless of the outcome here, manure can be applied over all of this agricultural ground, right? So, so whether or not that weighs on your decision making, it's important to know that it will be done in accordance with state regulations that exist, and they provide the actual equations you have to use. I mean, the math you have to do to figure out how much to apply. We heard a lot about IDEM said this, and I talked to so-and-so, and they told me this. I didn't see any documents that confirmed those things. You have the IDEM documents. You have the April 13th, 2026 document, and you've got last week IDEM's conclusion. So I hesitate to rely on memories of what someone hoped or believed IDEM might have said over the documents that IDEM itself provided. I trust the documents. You will see in your binder, there were questions about things like property values. You did not get any studies, you did not get any documents, you did not get any appraisers' reports, you did not get any real estate agent's written report to support any of the allegations regarding property values. I will tell you that you have at tabs 9 and 10 and 12 in your binder, peer-reviewed studies from the Indiana University Kelley School of Business indicating that, frankly, it's actually talking about larger farms. This is a smaller farm. When located in rural parts of Indiana, in fact, has a small positive impact on rural property values. This is why we put farms in rural places. There are studies, I will tell you right now, there are studies out of North Carolina that say when you put a poorly managed farm with hundreds of thousands of pigs near a city or town, that can have a negative impact, right? You may have heard about some of those lawsuits years ago. That is not this. What we are talking about is Indiana, and we're talking about solid manure, and we're talking about putting a farm in the agricultural zone that the county, by its ordinance, by its comprehensive plan, has said, we want to encourage this. We want to encourage agriculture in these areas. A few other just sort of here and there comments, just to make sure the record is really clear. One of the attorneys that came up said that this, the property was split after, it was an attempt after the denial. There has been no denial. The BZA has not denied anything. The Fullers withdrew applications in 2025. There has not been a denial, so that was a misstatement. One of the other attorneys said that 3 years ago is when pigs came on the property. That is not true. 3 years ago was the shift to Nyman Ranch and this traditional method of farming. They brought pigs in 2016, immediately when they moved into the property. So that idea that it was cattle until 3 years ago was another misstatement, I believe. There was a lot of discussion about how different pigs and cattle are, I think, about at this site. Again, you didn't hear any citations to Indiana code or to local zoning ordinance, and that's because the Indiana legal nonconforming use statute refers to agricultural uses, including all kinds of livestock raising, is all lumped in as agricultural use. That is a separate statute from the Right to Farm Act. Right to Farm Act's at Indiana Code 3236-9. I know because I've litigated it for the last 15 years. That provides a defense to nuisance cases, and that says you can change from one type of agricultural use to another. Obert Dairy case says you can change from soybeans to a dairy. So that's the Right to Farm Act. The legal nonconforming use for agricultural land uses is found under the zoning code, 3674-616. That is a different statute, but both of them consider the idea that an agricultural use can be changed to another agricultural use. So I just want to make sure the record is clear on that as well. I could go on, but I recognize the night is growing late. So I want to close with this. I wrote down some quotes because I think it's important. People moved to the country to get away from the pig farms. If you move to the country to get away from farms, you got it backwards. If you don't like farms, you shouldn't live in an agricultural area. There are cities and towns where you cannot put a farm like this. Someone mentioned they wanted to move to the country for the rural charm. We talk about the alarming loss of farmland here in Indiana. Some of it's due to solar, some of it's due to data centers, some of it's due to warehouses. This is not that. This is agriculture. This is absolutely agriculture. Someone mentioned that they really want sustainable agriculture. This is sustainable agriculture. That is exactly what this is. It is raising, compared to most traditional integrator-run farms, this is a small number of pigs raised using traditional agricultural practices. This is sustainable agriculture. The question I leave the board with, if you turn this down, you turn down a wife and a husband who each want to have 550 pigs in a zone that is designated agriculture, that the comprehensive plan says will continue to be agriculture, and mentions we want to encourage agriculture, including livestock, in our ag-zoned areas, in our ag areas that are designated in the future land use map. If you turn down this farm on this agricultural property, what message does that send to the state about Ripley County's willingness to be open to agriculture? Because no one will want to build a farm here. Because if this gets turned down, a farm of this size by a family in a place where livestock agriculture has existed for decades, that sends a message that Ripley County is not open to agriculture. And I know that's not true because I've read the ordinance and I've read the comprehensive plan, the rules that control here. So, again, I ask that you grant the special exception for Jeff Fuller to operate a small 550 AFO pig farm, that you either recognize the legal nonconforming use that is Audrey Fuller's farm, thereby eliminating the need for a special exception or variance. In the alternative, that you would grant her special exception and variance to continue operating that hog farm as she has been doing. Thank you very much for all of your time tonight.
Thank you. Okay. So we bring it to the board.
Okay, I have a question on the manure. How close is that to the creek? There's no measurements.
112 feet is what they got permit.
112 feet is the variance.
It's the variance. So that is actually probably,
Are you talking about when this
I got it.
says
Yeah.
manure storage?
are you? Yes.
Let me see what you're looking at.
It's on,
Brown roof building?
It's on tab 2.
look at you, Rodney.
And what, is that another barn there?
This is,
That's the proposed manure storage, that long, dark, rectangular shape.
Oh, okay.
So that's the proposed, that's not there.
wait, no, wait, let's, hold on.
Current, yeah.
That's current.
That building
May I-
exists.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right here.
That is all current. That has existed.
And is that lined and covered or?
Yes, that's covered roof, that's the one
Pardon
that's
me?
existed.
6-foot walls, concrete floor.
Okay.
That's the one, that's the one that has existed since back in the day that they re-roofed.
Aerial photography on the GIS shows that building existed in 2000.
Right,
I'm
I see
sure
that.
that you looked at it.
It starts to get grainy the further back you go. So I got back as far as, I think, about 2012, and then it became so grainy I couldn't tell anything.
Because that barn, he had to be.
Well, it's not the way it's split now. John, is that,
And they have.
would this property be taxed together? After,
I'm sorry, what?
Like on tax, they said it's two separate deeds, there's two separate properties. But if you file it jointly, it's one business, so it wouldn't include it over.
Our code doesn't make that designation. And as far as how a person files property, or as far as the property tax go, if it's in separate names and
they're
no
gonna
other
get two
person's,
property tax bills.
no other person's name is on that with it, then they're property taxed individually. As far as how they file their income tax, you can file married but separate
Yeah.
if you want.
Yeah, but it is a corporation, would it be?
Is it a corporation?
No.
Even if it's a sole proprietor corporation, they could file separate under their social.
Because we don't have anything in our code that does prohibit, as Ms. Schroeder said, that you can split a lot.
Right.
Now, if you want to modify the language of the code, you can do that. The problem is they already have an application on file with our code the way it exists.
We can't modify stuff as we go either.
And it doesn't seem that IDEM has it. Assuming those deeds are in each one of their individual names, and one of them passes away, then the other one's gonna have to open an estate to get that property transferred back to them. We're gonna have to have a transfer on deed, transfer on death deed. They've lost the ability to have, husband and wife, protection of real estate, from liability. And they've also lost the ability for it to pass by operational law to survive. So, I mean, they're two separate properties at this point. And IDEM didn't seem to have an issue with it. So unless IDEM has a rule against it, or we have a rule against it, I can't sit here and tell you that that's a reason to deny it.
Well, what I was looking, he told me always look at one section.
Hey, can we quiet down a little bit here? We're just, let us have our discussion, please.
Right, I get that, but
It's a loophole, is what it is.
But he could have sold the property to anybody else, and
Well, yeah.
they could do the
the
exact
same
same thing.
situation could exist, could be sold to a distant relative or a neighbor. I mean, I don't think there's anything here that we have the right to hang our hat on. That's my opinion on it, at least.
Any more questions? Yeah.
So somebody had stated somewhere in the comments that Ripley County only allows you to have 100 head of hogs on a farm.
No.
Somebody had said it, and I didn't know where it was.
Originally, only had 150.
If you exceed 150 swine, then it becomes an animal feeding operation.
And that's what kicks into the AFO.
And that AFO.
Those are it's highlighted here.
I think we got them.
No, those are in your rules.
Now, AFO is the number exceeds, if the number exceeds, that's what you just
The
said.
number of livestock.
If it becomes an AFO, which is an animal feeding operation, if it exceeds 150 swine. So that's, yes, we know, that's what they're,
That's what they're going to.
they've got, is an AFO.
They are true, yes.
So-
It exceeds that number based on that report.
Is the public comment session
We adopted
closed?
that portion of the ordinance, the DFO thing. You don't do. But I do not recall if that was prior to 2016 or after. But either way, we're choice of pursuing an injunction to shut somebody down, or give them the opportunity to come in and make their stuff correct. But that Indiana Code 3230-6-9 does indicate that law was adopted by Public Law 2-2002, and then it was amended Public Law 23-2005 according to the statute. And it does indicate that an agricultural or industrial operation or any of its appurtenances is not and does not become a nuisance to the private or public by any change conditions in the vicinity of the locality after the agricultural or industrial operation, as the case may be, has been in operation continuously on the locality for more than 1 year following, if the following condition exists. 1, there is no significant change in the type of operation. A significant change in the type of agricultural operation does not include the following. A, conversion from one type of agricultural operation to another type of agricultural operation. B, a change in the ownership or the size of the agricultural operation. C, the enrollment or the reduction or cessation of participation of the agricultural operation in a government program. D, the adoption of new technology by the agricultural operation. 2, the operation would not have been a nuisance at the time the agricultural or industrial operation began on that locality. So, I have not had an opportunity to look at these cases, but based on a reading of this and what Indiana Code 36.74616 says, you can probably regulate to some degree, but you're not really allowed to stop them, shut them down. You can probably make them fit under some setbacks and things of that nature, but let me go to that other statute and let me read that to you so that we're clear on it. I think it's important. B, as used in this section, agricultural use refers to land that is used for the production of livestock or livestock products, commercial aquaculture, equine or equine products, land designated as a conservation reserve land, pasture land, poultry products, horticulture, or nursery stock, fruit, vegetables, forage, grains, timber, trees, bees, and apiary products, tobacco, and other agricultural crops. In the case of land that was not subject to a comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance before the most recent plan or zoning ordinance, including any amendments, was adopted, or agricultural purposes as defined in or consistent with a comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance that the land was subject to, and was repealed before the adoption of the most comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance, including any amendments. So we did amend, but it seems to say that that's okay. As used in this section, agricultural non-conforming use means that the agricultural use of land that is not permitted under the most recent comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance, including any amendments for the area where the land is located. An agricultural use of land that constitutes an agricultural non-conforming use may be changed to another agricultural use of land without losing agricultural non-conforming use status. A county or municipality may not, through the county or municipality zoning authority, do any of the following. 1, terminate an agricultural non-conforming use if the agricultural non-conforming use has been maintained for at least any 3-year period and a 5-year period. 2, restrict an agricultural non-conforming use. 3, require any of the following for the agricultural non-conforming use of the land. A, a variance for the land. B, a special exception for the land. C, a special use for the land. D, a contingent use for the land. E, a conditional use for the land. Notwithstanding subsection E, this section does not prohibit a county, a municipality, or the state from requiring an agricultural non-conforming use to be maintained and operated in compliance with all state environmental and state health laws and rules, and requirements to which conforming agricultural use land is subject to under the county's comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance. So that's a little hairy there, and if people want to argue against me, it sounds like if it's a non-conforming use, they still got to comply with all state environmental and state health laws. So both IDEM and the Board of Health, Office of the Indiana State Chemist when it comes to manure management. And then also, requirements to which conforming agricultural use land is subject to under the county's comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance. I guess what I would submit to you, I don't know that a person can sit here and declare that it's a grandfathered non-conforming use one way or the other for sure tonight. Obviously, we don't have Tad here to testify. But by the same token, we've seen or heard no complaints about the use of the property in the past however many years during their period of ownership. As far as them requesting a variance, I think they have every right to. You've got to make a decision on the findings of the fact. I will reiterate, I've said it 100 times at planning and zoning meetings, this is not about popularity, it's about facts, and which facts are most persuasive and most convincing. Because that's what a court of law will look at when you base your decision on these things. So, that being said, I don't know what else to tell you other than it's probably time to have a discussion about findings of fact on each one of the applications separately and have a vote. If any one of them fail on any of the criteria, then it does fail. Each person who's agreed by this, whether against or for, have the right to file a writ of certiorari to appeal your decision through the circuit court.
Okay, so we're gonna start with number 1.
Now, are we gonna go?
Are we doing all 3, or we got?
No.
I recommend you do these one at a time.
Okay, so the first one we're gonna do is Audrey,
No, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Fuller, sorry.
That one is just a special exception.
Jeffrey's is the intended use for the AFO.
And was there any submission? There was a submission of proposed findings of fact on tab 15.
14.
And 14, I'm sorry, for 14 for Jeff Fuller. Were there any proposed findings in opposition that were submitted tonight? Or that one of these?
That was.
Now, bear with me here, we've got 472 pages. That's the definition.
Can I ask a question? Do we know for sure how close they're wanting that to the pond there, the waterway? Because it looks like it's very close when you look online.
The plot plan, he's got it'd be the north,
How far is
northwest corner of that barn is 100 foot from the property line. And 300 feet, 6 inches from the pond.
Where's that measured from?
So that would be 400
It's
feet
on
from
the
the
recorded
building
survey.
edge.
Okay,
You want to look at it?
I have that, but I just don't know where they do the measurements from. Is it into the pond or the edge of the pond where water flows?
It's to the
pond?
It's at the fringe of the
closest,
pond.
the closest point,
Okay.
it looks like on here.
Okay. Now, let me make sure I'm at the right one.
Yeah.
So you was asking findings of fact, John?
Well, you'll need to go through the criteria,
Okay.
and I would recommend that you go through the criteria for a special exception and vote on each one of those separately, and then before you vote, you basically state what your findings are, what you found compelling, if anything, here tonight,
Okay.
as far as the evidence presented both for and against.
All right, here we go. Number 1, will the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the special exception be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community? Judge, we'll start with you.
From not what's presented,
Say that again.
from not what's presented now.
So it won't hurt them. Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He said
I said no,
it
there
won't-
was
it
nothing,
won't
I didn't
affect
see anything that was against it.
Okay.
With the drawings of the buildings and the concrete walls holding on when they're storage in, I say no.
That was my biggest concern.
That's what I say too. I don't see the storage of
Okay.
it, unless it would flood, unless the creek would come out.
Well, keep in mind, you're looking at Jeff Fuller's now.
Yeah, this is a different one.
That's a hoop building where there's
Oh, he's out front.
550
Yeah, he's out front.
nursery to finish, feeder pigs to finish, feeder to finish pigs.
So we got 3 no's. And no means it will not affect it. Number 2, will the special exception be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted or substantially diminish and impair property values within the neighborhood? Back with you, Doug.
Thanks. Heard some great concerns tonight about the property values, but we don't have, I mean, John, is there any case law out there that shows this?
I mean, obviously, you can listen to a layperson's opinion, but I do believe that within their submission tonight, they have some commentary. I think it's from, it was mentioned, Granite School of Management, maybe?
Yeah,
Purdue?
tab 9.
About the effect of, RLOs, which, what's that stand for? Give me a second.
Regulated livestock.
Regulated livestock operations.
Tab 10.
There appears to be a percent of respondents, density distance management. I'm not exactly sure what it says, but it does seem to be a study that would indicate I guess these studies were conducted in Decatur, Hancock, and Shelby counties.
The RLO one, it's like 50 pages, I think. And it
It's
also
pretty lengthy.
conclude, I mean, it is like 50 pages, but basically says, regulated livestock operation in a city, town, or right there can have a negative impact, but can have a small positive impact when put in rural spaces in those 3 counties.
Well, and it does give examples on page 17 and 18.
Do we have it?
Yeah. Tab 10.
I think what it says here mostly is that there could be a lot of different variations about what may affect property values. Not just a RLO, is what I'm just in a cursory reading gleaning from.
And the 2008 was a bad time to do a study on property values.
If that's what it was done, that was terrible.
Yeah, they was already affected as bad as they can get.
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't have anything else to do then.
Okay, so you got that.
So as far as facts on that, I mean, is, when you think of, I mean, one thing you may consider, there is ag covenants already on some of this ground that's been split. I think our ag covenant restriction may have been in place since 1999, possibly. So,
Okay.
Yeah, that's just one you can't hardly read here.
Okay. All right. What's your feeling?
You said no?
I said no.
So
that question was about quality of life and property values, right?
Will the special exception be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted, or substantially diminish and impair property values within the neighborhood?
So that use and enjoyment, is that referring to quality of life?
I think when it talks about use and enjoyment, they're talking about, are you still able to use and enjoy your property? I don't know that it gets into quality of life.
Just a point of, just a question, just so that I know that our record is clear. Is public comment closed or open?
It's closed,
It's
I'm
closed.
sorry, but I was answering.
No, that's fine, and I'm
So
not
then it's
correcting
closed
it.
to
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going through these now, so I mean, this is what these guys are up here for, so. Doug voted no. Todd?
No.
Number 3, will the establishment of the special exception impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding properties for uses permitted in this district? So, I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, it's farm ground all the way around it, basically. So there,
Tab 14. So is that a no from you? Go.
Yeah.
I say no.
nope. 3 no's on number 3. Number 4, are there or will there be adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities provided?
We do have a letter from the Ripley County Highway Department in here. Yeah. I think that was tab 2 or 3.
I'm glad you're.
Tab
There it
2.
is, here it is. Ripley County Highway Department, along with the Ripley County Commissioners, have modified the intersections and inspected the county road regarding the Fuller Farm located blah blah at 5665, East County Road 750 North, the county roads East County Road 700 and North County Road 600 East, and East County Road 750 North will accommodate the extra semi-traffic. Damage responsibility. The farmer is responsible for any damage caused to the county roads, bridges, or culverts due to the operation of the farm. So,
How is that enforceable though? Would he have to have a bond? Like a septic system is one, would he have to be bonded to protect that road?
Probably have to have some sort of bond. I mean, if it's found out that he's the person who damaged it, because much like, farmers, they make a mistake every once in a while. They turn out too close on the end of a field.
put a big ditch.
Turn around on the road, don't raise the chisel plow up all the way and scrape the road.
Yeah.
When that's happened and there's a way to determine how it's happened, yeah, the county's gone after those people and they can get them to compensate for the damage. But it's not a bond that's posted or anything like that, but that has happened.
But then how in the world could you prove that? I mean, somebody would have to physically be behind a semi and watch it happen.
If they smash the culvert, that truck's probably still sitting there on top of that smashed culvert.
True.
Kind of hard to lie your way out.
If they happen to get off the side of the road and run the tires through the ditch,
Yeah.
That'll be good proof.
honestly, a pretty good set of tandems
So,
or dual wheels running through there.
all right. So, that would be yes, right? Is that yours?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yes, from the facts provided.
Yes,
Yep.
facts provided.
3 yeses. Have adequate measures been taken or will be taken to provide ingress or egress as designated to minimum traffic congestion?
You're on number 5, you need to skip 4.
What? No, we just voted on
That
number
was
4.
4.
Okay.
See, I'm writing my,
Like I said.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4.
Okay.
I know it's past my bedtime, but hey. Okay, so do I need to read down number 5 again? Have adequate measures been taken or will be taken to provide ingress or egress as so designated as to minimize traffic congestion in the public streets? So the county road says that they've got, their roads will accept the,
Yeah,
that,
their letter said.
and then the driveway is big enough for the trucks to come and go, right?
Yep.
So,
Well, you already get grain trucks in there, don't you? Semis?
so,
Yes.
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 3 yeses. So pertaining to this one, Jeff Fuller, it is passed. Now, do we make a motion according to the way, or we know we just voted on it?
We just voted on it.
You just voted on it, so it passes each and every one.
Okay. So that one's, so then our next one will be Audrey's AFO, right?
I'd vote on the
Let's
variance first. Why don't you run through the variance?
Okay.
And from what you read earlier, I'm trying to piece my 2 pieces together here, because she's saying that non-conforming land use, but you're saying that we still need to vote on the variance.
I'll admit, this is a gray area. I know Ms. Schroeder has a boatload of experience in this arena. Blaine's got experience in planning and zoning. There's not a lot of case law to direct you to on this one.
So what's the setback for?
That back building, the manure storage to go from 300
Number 2, right?
to Ripley Creek.
That's another thing that's a little odd, because I think the presumption was this was the building where the animals are stored, and this is actually manure storage. And we don't even talk about the manure storage building.
How
at
far
the
is it
distance that's supposed to be set back.
How far is it from this building to that?
That's my
That
biggest
would be-
concern.
huh?
I know it's
12 feet.
concrete.
Sir, in the IDEM report, it says there are pigs housed in that same building.
Right, that's what I'm saying. How far is it from that building to the creek?
That's what they're asking for the variance,
Huh?
to 112.
112 feet.
That building's 112 feet. It has both manure and pigs in it.
The buildings look.
Oh, you're talking about the building with the roof, the big, long building.
So that would have.
That is 112 feet from the creek.
112 feet from the non-flooded creek.
Is that,
Dark roof on that image.
and is that building just the manure?
No, it's a combination of manure storage, I think. and-
Okay, so this building,
Manure building, animal building.
No, but
oh, okay, so it's under one. So this building here
They're
is not a
not
hoop?
connected, they just
Okay.
overlap.
Okay. And do we have a picture of that building, like the inside of it?
yeah, I got a picture of it next to the flood creek. If you want to see that?
Is this it here?
That's not the
Yeah.
manure storage.
Let me see.
That's an animal barn.
So that
That's
is,
the long one here.
That's the long, narrow.
well, that's the one we're talking about.
We call it the narrow barn, yes.
But he's got all the poop. It's not where the pigs are.
So that manure storage building's an NRCS design building. We went through the NRCS.
Okay.
1 second, I have a picture of that.
I think we got the blueprints of it. Up
That's
there.
the inside of it.
And it's got the sidewalls up on it too.
It's 6 feet.
6 foot sidewalls. Okay.
So it's steel frame, it's just like this.
Yes,
But with the
it's just like
concrete.
the, yeah.
All right. So we want to vote on these one at a time?
Yeah.
Now, number one, how will the approval of this variance not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community? How will the approval of this variance not be injurious to the public health and safety, morals?
I think you're on the
Safety.
wrong one there. You should be on the,
Right?
what's that back there?
Too many papers.
Huh? All right.
That's just rodeo.
I know. I'm trying to get it on my right tab here. There's too many tabs. All right, so we're on her tab 16.
Okay. So how will the approval of this variance not be injurious to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community?
I still have, because this is talking about the variance.
Mm-hmm.
And
They're asking a setback from 300 feet to 112.
I still have concerns over, if there's a spill or a runoff that close. But
We put up these barns. I mean, he would have to stack it above the 6-foot concrete wall for it to get out.
okay, under his management, then that would be under his management plan to make sure that don't happen.
Yeah, he would have to get it cleaned up.
That we haven't played.
Okay.
Okay? Doug?
I think they meet the requirements.
Basically due to the driving there to the 6-foot wall.
Yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Due to the building was built by the NRCS codes
For manure storage.
for manure storage, so.
Do we have a document in here on that? There was that, it's on the page.
That was on one of these.
I think, yeah, I remember reading that. Okay.
Okay, so you're good?
Yes.
How will the use and value of the area adjacent to the property included in this variance not be affected in a substantially adverse manner?
I'm sorry, Robbie, was there a vote on that?
Yes.
On the first one, three?
Yeah, three.
Three of you had your hand up?
Yep. 3-0.
Sir, can I say something about the building that they had permit for the manure storage?
Now say, what's up, what was that? I'm sorry.
I talked to Tim Swicks about the building that they received the permission or whatever for the manure storage. It's actually on the item report, Tim Swicks.
I will object, because if I don't object, I lose my objections on appeal. Public comment is closed. I don't want to be disruptive, but if I don't say this, I've waived that argument forever, so I object to accepting public comment after
Okay.
she has had an opportunity to speak in public comment.
So what do you?
She's right.
She's right.
So
Now, could she say it was something that was submitted already to us?
Well, you have the right to look at the documents that have been submitted to verify what's what.
So is that a document you submitted up here?
Yeah, I mean, Tim Swicks' name is on it.
All right, just look at the
Okay.
documents, gentlemen. Take your time, look at the documents. And if there's something that you're not comfortable with or whatever, then glean it from the evidence submitted.
Yeah, it's on page 2 of the item report.
You got it, the idea report.
I think it's paragraph 3.
Inspector, this is Diane. We're looking for Tim Swicks. Diane, South River County Natural Resources. That Tim Swicks, both representatives of the office at the other meetings. And funding.
But he helps with funding for the manure.
Well, this just says he didn't help them but provide funding for the existing tube. And the new proposed tube structure, which did state that NRS helped Mr. Fuller with funding for the existing manure compost confinement barn. Okay. Well, this here don't mean nothing.
Right.
Where they got work at. Okay. So I see. That's up to you guys.
It probably still meets the requirement, you just didn't get funding.
Well, he got funded for the manure
Oh.
storage. It's the new hoop bar.
The new
This is
hoop.
the way I read it.
Okay.
So his funding was through the NRCS?
On
On the manure.
On the April 6th, 2026 report, third paragraph on the second page, it indicates that Mr. Swips did state that the NRCS helped Mr. Fuller with the funding for the existing manure/covered compost structure and the animal confinement barn.
And what?
And the animal confinement barn.
Okay.
And it, just so we're.
So it's not necessarily that they designed it.
Says Mr. Swifts, who
For them-
indicated that NRCS did not provide funding for the existing hoop-style structure.
Oh, okay.
And the new proposed hoop-style structure did state that NRCS helped Mr. Fuller with funding for the new one.
Okay.
That's for the manure covered compost structure.
Well,
And animal.
I mean, typically, if you're getting funding, there's hoops you jump through. Not to
Okay,
use the same word twice, but
all right, now back to number 2.
they did not provide
It
funding?
did not provide, it's even highlighted, did not provide funding for the existing one.
That's right, I just said, I just read that. Mr.
Oh, I
Swifts.
thought you said provide.
No, it said Mr. Swifts, who indicated that NRCS did not provide funding for the existing hoop-style structure and the new proposed hoop-style structure. They did not provide funding. Mr. Swifts did state that NRCS helped Mr. Fuller with funding for existing manure-covered composite structure and the animal confinement barn. So they helped him.
With the manure
Helped him with,
Help provide the funding, but it's
But they
probably
did-
pursuant to their rules.
helped him with finding. Is that what it said?
Financing?
No, wait a minute.
Funding?
Funding.
Helped Mr. Fuller with funding. So they helped him funding the existing manure cover. See, that's almost like it's two different, one says one thing, one. Mr. Swifts, who indicated that NRCS did not provide funding for the existing hoop-style structure and the new proposed hoop-style structure.
Is there anything in that that basically indicates that there's an issue with that
No,
being close to, that distance from?
no, no. No, all I said was about the funding. Okay. So number 2. Do I need to read it to you again? Doug?
Hold on 1 minute.
Will not be, will it be affected in an adverse manner? So, Gail, you're not, it will not.
Can you guys speak up a little bit?
It will not, Gail voted it will not affect the variance. in an adverse manner.
The use and value of the area adjacent to the property.
Yeah.
Finding fact number 2, or
Right.
finding
Yeah.
number 2.
Todd?
And with the stuff presented, I say no.
3-0. Will the strict application of the terms of the zoning code result in practical difficulties in this use of the property? So the zoning code.
And this is the one where we always struggle with, because it's, yes, there is a problem
If we don't grant the variance.
because of the setback of the existing building.
Right.
Because of this.
So that would be,
Yes.
yes.
Well, essentially, it requires moving the building that's already been in place there for that purpose and that
Right.
use, and has been in use. And like I said, it doesn't have to be insurmountable difficulties, it just needs to be practical
Right.
difficulties.
Gail? Yes. Tom?
Yes.
Yes.
3-0. Are there exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions applicable to the property or to the intended use that do not apply generally to the other property or class of use in the same vicinity or district? Chime in on that. Are there exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions applicable to the property or to the intended
So-
use that do not apply generally to the other property or class of use? So, I mean, I guess they're saying,
There was an existing barn there.
right,
That had animals in it.
Yeah, it's been a
So that's the extraordinary circumstance, that they already had a barn there.
Right.
And
and then that goes back to that
Honestly-
gray area, the grandfathered in thing. So,
But by putting the manure storage barn in, you're gonna have less problems with it than you are with cows running out on that back creek.
right. So what's the?
I say, yes, there is exceptional case here for this because the barn was existing.
Wait a minute, we don't vote for, no, this is for.
Yeah, you're on
Yeah,
for
we're on board.
Okay, so yes. You vote yes.
Yes.
Anything
So
that's
that,
already been here.
3-0, pass. Number 5, is such variance necessary for the preservation, enjoyment of a substantial property right possessed by other property in the same vicinity and district, but which is denied to the property in question? Such a variance necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right possessed by other property in the same vicinity and district, but which is denied to the property in question. So would that be a no?
I guess that's what we're in.
This one's always confusing. There are exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions applicable to the property.
Now, we voted
Intended
on,
use that do not apply generally to other property or class of use in the same vicinity.
we're on number 5.
What's that?
We're on number 5.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Such variance is necessary for preservation and use and enjoyment of substantial property right possessed by other property in the same vicinity and district, but which is denied the property in question. Yes, I mean,
The variance
you can say
is-
that based on what what they had proposed here as findings of fact in support of the documentation, but, you know, you can look at their proposal too and pull from that, or what you heard in opposition to it, if there's something that would say otherwise, or say, no, that's not the way it is.
That's one of my concerns, is what's been brought up from the neighbors about the, concerns, but then again, I moved to the country and was told there wouldn't be many smells, and they spread chicken manure the second week we lived here. But that's all fun, I expect that, but I would,
Her response was yes, to request a variance is necessary for Aubrey's operation to continue to operate as it's done safely and without incident. Yeah,
Yes, because they bought the place with the barn already.
Right.
I mean, it ain't no different than anybody else.
so
the
yes,
facts that are presented, yes.
so 3-0. Number 6. Will the granting of such variance not alter the land use characteristics of the vicinity and district or increase the congestion in the streets? So basically, I mean, you might have more,
No, it's not going to
Like
alter.
you say, every 12 weeks, truck got
right,
Yeah.
so we got 3-0 on no, and that passes. Okay,
Now you're back to the special exception for Audrey.
is that what I was getting on? So the criteria is all passed. So means that the setback will be granted. Right?
Yes.
That the setback will be granted.
I think that was all affirmative, positive votes for it.
All right. All right, now Aubrey on the AFO. And I can't see it being different than Jeffrey, can you? And you, John?
Well, I'd still recommend you go through them and vote on them.
Okay. Will the establishment, maintenance, or operation of special exception be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the community?
No.
No.
Will a special exception be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted, or substantially diminish and impair property values within the neighborhood?
Off of her tab studies and the case studies of the property values that was submitted, no.
With facts presented, I say no.
Yeah, that's what I see.
Will the establishment of special exception impede the normal or orderly development and improvement of the surrounding properties for uses permitted in the district? No, no,
No.
No.
okay.
A2.
Are there, or will there be adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities?
No, we proved that by the paper with the county.
Yeah. So that's a yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Have adequate measures been taken or will be taken to provide ingress or egress so designated to minimize traffic congestion on public streets?
We have that thing from the county.
From,
Right,
the
yeah.
tab from the letter from the county.
Okay,
Say yes.
all right, so that's all passed.
Okay. So with everything receiving a 3-0 positive vote, passed, at this time, we need to prepare our own findings of fact, which we'll do. You can certainly take the findings as presented by the applicant under advisement.
Okay.
At at this time, and then we'll have those findings of fact ready for the next meeting to go over and to adopt as your written findings. Court would expect to see that.
So is that something that you're going to put together, or now the new intern, or, okay.
Sure it is.
So
Yeah, then
I approve the findings of facts of,
Well, at this point, take them under advisement, because I may incorporate other pieces of evidence, you know.
well, do I just need to make a motion that we approve the findings of facts
No.
at the next meeting?
Take them under advisement.
Take these under advisement, and we'll put together our own written findings for adoption at the next meeting.
So moved.
That works.
Second. All in favor? 3-0.
I would like to say something, if I could here, that I encourage everyone here for and against to get together, no matter how this turns out, and work things out, minimize the issues. We're all in this together, and it's tough, you know. I've looked at everything, and I understand where the hurt comes from people, but we do take this serious, so I appreciate everybody's input. Need a motion to adjourn?
Yep.
So,
Right.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
We need to collect all the stuff that was submitted tonight.